A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs.
Oh, what a darling little bird. Oh, hello there, little fellow.
How do you do?
What? Did those words come out of you, little bird?
Sure. I'm always talking. And I've got something to tell you about that washing you just hung out.
Oh, you have? Well, what is it?
You ought to use new dyes.
What does?
You are behind the times. I better get some help on that.
Well, of all the nerves, he's flown away.
Well, say, pardon me, ma'am. Did I hear you say you hadn't heard about Duz?
Oh, I suppose that little bird told you. But say, what is this Duz anyway?
Why, it's the biggest thing that's happened to Wash Day in years. It's a brand new kind of granulated soap, made to do all three kinds of wash. Dirty work shirts, heavy towels, right down to your colored rayon slips.
What? You mean there's a granulated soap safe enough for rayons and it gets towels white, too?
Absolutely. Duz does everything in your wash. Why, it'll leave your rayon undies and fussy colored washables sparkling bright. And those greasy work shirts, they'll come out clean as you please. And your towels and linens, why, Duz will have them dazzling white. In fact, you've never seen more gleaming white washes anywhere than Duz gives you.
Well, now, not so fast, young man. How much work is it going to take to get that whiteness?
Now, don't no hard scrubbing with Duz and no boiling either. Honestly, no soap made gets clothes white easier than you does. Just you try Duz, and then you'll see how wonderfully new it is. So new, you've never before been able to buy a soap quite like it. Just ask for Duz today in that big red and white box. And next wash day, let Duz do everything. Now, the Goldbergs. About an hour ago in our story, a motor car drove off from the Goldberg house, and in it were Mr. and Mrs. Wade. And with that departure went two lives that had been recovered from a wasted past. But they left behind Oriane, and it's with Oriane that Molly now has to deal. For it was Molly who saved Oriane from a false step, and it's Molly who's going to try to show Oriane the right step. Meanwhile, all the excitement which flared up so rapidly and burned so intensely is burned down. And Oriane's upstairs, not feeling exactly chipper.
Rosalie, did you ask Oriane if she wants a little plain broth?
I didn't.
No, she doesn't want anything. Doesn't want anything. No. She can lay like that with just nothing. Something she has to take. A headache powder, a cold compress, something. Why, that's body and mind. Rosalie, bring the child indoors. Or tell him not to holler so loudly. His mother has a headache.
He's just playing, Mom.
I know. Tell him to play quietly. Here, don't go to the door. Mind there's something on your shoulder. Throw yourself over with a sled or something. Oh, my darling. Cold, huh? Blowing cold, huh? Oh, the child understands almost everything you say in English, huh? He can't speak a word yet, nearly enough. Only when it's like a power parrot. he says what I say, says what you say. Oh, I don't know. I got to make supper. You think I know what to make for tonight for supper? Well, make what make? Well, it comes to the end of the week. I don't know what to make. Chops we have, huh? Chops we have, and steak also, and chicken. Pop only likes to nibble on a wing. Miss Sammy don't like it nothing either. Mom makes some soup. I make soup and then I have to spill it out. Who eats soup now? You don't eat your dieting. Everything. Mama not this and Mama not that. I'll stir up a pudding anyway. Give me 3 eggs here, darling.
Is Mr. Way coming back for his things, Ma?
He will, maybe, evidently.
Are you happy about the way everything turned out?
I'm happy that Mr. and Mrs. Way...
Oriane is happy, too, isn't she, Ma?
She's also happy, certainly.
Probably why is
she has a headache, darling. Right. She has a headache. At the end of the excitement...
But, Marcy...
Rosalie, please. We got over one bliss, If there's another one, we'll get over it also. Give me my egg beater, darling. And what else? Give me my vanilla. And give me, you'll see, standing half a bottle of milk will be enough. And in my increments. Yes, dear.
For what, Ma?
For the custard, for what? For the custard, darling. Come making custard.
Ma, don't you think that you should call Dr. Cater and tell him that Mr. Way left with Mrs.
Rosalie,
Way?
please, dear. Rosalie, please, dear. Let my brain also take a little leave of absence. Please, darling. I can't think yet. Things will quiet down and then we'll see, darling.
I just think that you
Oh,
should, Ma.
David? Look at all the snow on the tile. Close the door, it's windy. Come here, darling. Come here, dear.
What? Snow is wonderful.
Wonderful. Wonderful. The snow is what?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Magnifique. Come here, darling. Let me take off your rubber boots, dear. What?
Don't go upstairs, David.
No. He shouldn't go up. Mama's got a headache. Mama's got a headache. Tell Mama's got a headache. Headache. Sit down, darling. Sit down, dear.
Here, sit down, David. I'll take the boots to her.
Let Rosalie take off the boots, dear.
Come, David.
You can only be me but my man. What?
He can take his own boots to her.
Huh?
He can take his own boots off.
What? Let me hear what? He just said in English. Let me hear what?
He can take his own boots off.
He can take his own boots off. Did you heard it? Now, have the same friend.
Je peux enlever mes bottes moi-même.
I can't say it. You say in English. I can't say in French. See, that's wonderful. A little milk, darling.
Oui, s'il vous plaît, madame.
Oui, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Oh. I understand. See, but I'll spill you down.
Could Mr. Way go to New York, David?
Very much. Here, darling, sweetheart. Here, dear.
Wait, Mark. Let's put it down.
Yes. All right, darling. Give me his coat. Give me his coat. I'll put it by the fire to warm it out and dry. 40. What is that? The 40.
Is that a frosty? He's getting to talk like you did, man.
No, it's bad.
It's bad.
Come in, doctor.
Bonjour, vieux Dr. Cater.
Oh, Dr. Cater. You hear that? He doesn't talk my vieillard, huh?
Votre fils est le jeune Dr. Cater. Et vous êtes le vieux Dr. Cater.
What?
He says that I'm the old Dr. Cater and my son is the young Dr.
Oh,
Cater.
my. Please sit down, Dr. Cater.
Thank you. Well, rumor travels fast in the village.
You mean you heard that Mr. Ray left with Mrs. Ray?
Yes, it's all around town.
Does Christopher know?
Christopher over
I mean, your son. Does he know that Mr. Way left?
Yes, he knows.
Is he coming over?
Well, Chris will be leaving soon.
Leaving soon?
Yes.
What do you mean leaving?
Yes, he's giving up his practice for the duration. Our country needs doctors now.
You mean he's leaving for the army?
Yes.
Take up a cold compress to orient.
Isn't she feeling well?
No, Doctor, the excitement and...
I'll be up to see her in a little while.
When will Dr. Cater be going to...
Le jeune Dr. Cater, père. Ils sont en guerre avec les autres.
Rosalie, tell Spotty to come in. It's making me nervous,
right,
please. Look out, David, darling. Don't go to the door. There's a dress. Where are you going, David?
He's going upstairs with his mother.
Oh, all right, Rosalie, close, because there's a dress here. Close here. And Rosalie, darling, go in the kitchen and take 3 eggs and smash them up and fix everything, please. Dear. Dr. Cater, don't say anything to Oriane yet. I mean, the way she feels, I think it would be better if your son Christopher would come over to the house and he would tell her.
I don't think Christopher will come over.
But why, Dr. Cater? Why? I mean, after all, when two people love each other, what difference does it make what happened in the meantime?
Well, seems to make a difference to my son. All these past months, all this wrangling back and forth with Mr. Way. Everything seems so soured. Men can be very proud about the way they feel, Mrs. Goldberg. And pride sometimes becomes a stronger emotion than love. And Chris is very proud.
Yeah, I can understand pride, and I can understand a person hurt, but that's cated of love.
Well, we saw what love can turn into with Mrs. Way.
Yes, but she changed.
Perhaps Chris might change, too, but not now. And since there isn't much time, I suppose the only sane thing to do is to ignore what can't be helped.
Dr. Cade, I mean, your son is a psychologist. He's a man who understands so much.
Yes. In other people, Mrs. Goldberg. When it comes to his own feelings, why, he's no more a scientist than you or I am, or than Oriane is. And Oriane did do everything to estrange Chris. She pushed him aside, told him she didn't love him.
And then she told him she did.
Only after Mr. Way was on the point of leaving.
But she couldn't before. You know that, and I know
and
that.
Chris may even know. It's just that he won't understand. Of course, if he weren't going away... Well, Chris has been thinking of the Army for some time. You know, he's had great experience with cases of shock and all those psychological difficulties that men experience in wartime. And he feels that he should join up now.
Of course, everybody has to join. Everybody's able to join. Not only your son, my son. Everybody, of course. Oriane? Oriane, why did you come down? When is Christopher leaving for the Army? Oriane, David told me. When is he leaving? Sit down, Oriane. I'm all right. When is he leaving, Dr. Peter?
Well, his application's been accepted. He's just waiting to be assigned.
Please, tell Chris that I'm sorry to see him go.
Those conventional words hide a profound disappointment, since it seems that Chris is leaving Oriane, finally, completely, and all alone. Say, just between you and me and your dishpan, are you using one of those halfway soaps for dishes? Or if it's a mild bar soap that doesn't have real speed. Or if it's a tough granulated soap that cheats you on safety for your hands. Well, don't put up with those halfway soaps. Change to New Does. Yes, this new kind of granulated soap that does everything in your wash really has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra gentleness for your hands. Why, wait till you see how beautifully soft and smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Believe me, no other leading granulated laundry soap treats your hands with such extra gentleness. Yet, you've never used a soap that gets dishes clean faster than Does. It cuts even tough frying pan grease without hard scouring. Yes, you can see the difference in Does right in the suds. You bet you can. It's one soap for everything for dishes. So, do them with Does today. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. This is James Fleming wishing you good day. James Fleming wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, was as grateful as any other teacher for the Washington's birthday holiday observed last week.
And far be it from me to criticize the actions of the father of our country, but I can't help wishing that he had taken more than just one day to be born. Of course, the one day off was better than nothing, but I must admit I look forward to a weekend of not teaching with considerable anticipation. It isn't that I'm not fond of my pupils. I think they're a wonderful horde of kids. But after the events of last Thursday, I seriously considered giving up teaching and taking a course in rug tatting or peanut art. It started Thursday after school. Mr. Boynton, the usually bashful biologist, displayed a surprisingly different attitude when I entered his laboratory. Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. I was just going to come down to your room.
Oh, then I'll get back there right away. I wouldn't want to miss you.
Well, I
guess what I have to say can be said here, all right. Although I can't help wishing the surroundings were different.
Different?
Yes, Miss Brooks, more romantic.
Romantic?
Mm-hmm. I know I haven't been the most aggressive chap in the world, but I do think of other things besides my biological experiments. Things that are, well, more personal.
Personal?
Yes. Things that a man thinks about a woman sometimes, whether she's a fellow teacher or not.
Or not? Just move my needle a notch to the right. Mr. Boynton, what is it you're trying to tell me I like to think?
Well, it's just that, like I said before, I wish the surroundings were different. I wish we were in a blue lagoon somewhere with a soft breeze blowing through your hair and... Oh, but we're not.
I can take care of that, Mr. Boynton.
Of course, I don't know why we have to be in a blue lagoon. I guess I just feel more confident when I'm over water.
Well, hop up on this stool and I'll fill a pan. Please continue, Mr. Boynton.
Well, as you know, Miss Brooks, I've been coaching the basketball team while Mr. Haney's been ill, and, well, we've been lucky enough to win the championship in our particular conference.
Yes, I know.
We've been invited to play in the state championships at Martinsville. The entire squad leaves this evening. We won't be back until next week. I just want you to know that, well...
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
It's terribly important that we win the championship.
Oh, you'll win it, Mr. Boynton. But what else were you going to say?
Well, I'm not so sure we'll win it. After all, we're playing a round robin.
Well, I bet you could spot him 4 worms and beat him easily.
I know you're kidding me, Miss Brooks, but I don't mind. You know, now that I'm leaving town, I've come to realize certain things about our relationship.
At last, formal recognition that we have a relationship.
Well, without getting too basic too quickly, I'd like to state that in the past, whenever the situation seems auspicious for declaring certain emotional reactions I've felt, upon finding myself in close proximity to you, that is, some outward manifestation seems to...
Pardon me, Mr. Boynton. Couldn't you get a little more basic more quickly?
Well, what I'm trying to say, Miss Brooks, is that there always seems to be some sort of interruption when I want to talk to you about certain things.
What kind of interruption? I see what you mean.
Come in.
Well, Boynton, as principal of Madison High, I thought you were alone.
We were for a minute. That is, I was just saying goodbye to Mr. Boynton, Mr. Conklin.
I see, Miss Brooks. And have you finished saying goodbye?
No, Mr. Conklin, we haven't.
This boy's been taking brave shots.
What I mean to say, sir, is that we can finish talking after you've spoken to me.
Very well. I simply dropped in to wish you good luck with the team, Mr. Boynton. Remember, by winning the championship cup, you not only honor yourself and the athletes involved, but you bring further glory to the already hallowed name of Madison High. Glory and prestige, fame and honor.
How much have you bet on the game, Mr. Conklin?
Just a spin. I was... No! You know I never bet. It's just that we must get that cup.
So don't worry, Mr. Conklin. We've got the high-scoring forward of the conference on our team, you know.
I see. And how's this boy's condition? Tip-top, I trust?
Well, he's 6'5" tall, so his top would be hard to tip. That's a joke, sir.
Thank you. By the way, Miss Brooks, is this the boy we transferred from Miss Enright's English class to yours?
Yes, sir.
Well, tell me, how's his state of mind?
What there is of it is quite happy.
Well, I know he's not a brilliant student, but now that he's in your class, Miss Brooks, I'm sure he'll improve. From what I hear, the boy's an all-round athlete. I want him eligible for other sports during the coming term.
Well, I'll do whatever I can, Mr. Conklin. Of course, it's difficult to give a test without any questions in it, but... We'll get him through all right, Mr. Conklin.
Good. Well, I'll be running along now. Best of luck, Boynton. Bring back that cup.
Let's see now. Where were we? Oh, I know. You were telling me something personal.
Well, I wouldn't like to repeat myself, Miss Brooks. Do you remember what it was I said last?
Oh, how could I possibly remember what you said minutes ago? It was just something about You'd like to state that in the past, whenever the situation seemed auspicious for declaring certain emotional reactions you felt, upon finding yourself in close proximity to me, that is, some outward manifestation seemed...
That's right. And then you said, couldn't we get a little more basic more quickly?
Right. Then you said there always seems to be some sort of interruption when you want to talk to me about certain things.
And then you said, what kind of interruption?
And then I wrote, whoever it is, get lost.
Come in.
Hiya, Coach. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Walter. How are you?
Fine and dandy.
Good. Bye-bye, Walter.
I just wanted to remind Mr. Boynton about the big doings tonight. There's going to be a torchlight parade and a snake dance. You'll be there, won't you, Miss Brooks?
Yes, Walter, if I can find a snake in time.
Yeah. Oh, before I go, Miss Brooks, have you seen Stretch around anywhere?
No, not for the past few hours.
Well, if he shows up, please send him into the gym, will you? I want to give him exact directions so he won't get lost on his way to the bus station.
Knowing Stretch, he can get lost after he's got the directions. We'll send him in to you if he shows up here. Thank you, and good day, Walter Denton.
Thank you, Miss Brooks. And may I suggest that you speed Mr. Boynton on his way with a salutation befitting the mentor of a sterling aggregation such as the Madison basketball team?
Walter.
So long, Coach.
I hope you're not embarrassed by Walter's inference, Miss Brooks.
If you think that would embarrass me, you need a coach. Now, let's take off for that Blue Lagoon, huh?
I'm afraid I don't comprehend, Miss Brooks.
My hair is blowing in the breeze again. What is it you were trying to tell me before Walter came in?
Well, it's just that with my leaving tonight, we won't be seeing each other at all over the weekend.
I know, Mr. Boynton.
Come in. Oh, it's Stretch. How are you, son?
Hi, Mr. Boynton. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Hi.
Well, how do you feel about our impending junket?
Huh?
Mr. Boynton wants to know how you feel about the trip you're taking this evening.
Oh, well, I ain't going.
Stretch, don't say ain't.
Don't say you ain't going. What's the trouble, Stretch? You're not ill, are you?
There's nothing wrong with me physically. My trouble is mostly mental.
Well, don't be self-conscious.
Oh, wait. What is it, Stretch? Maybe I can help you.
Oh, I'm afraid you can't, Mr. Boynton. You see, it's about a girl.
A girl?
You've seen them. They play on girls' softball teams. Is there anything I can do to help, Stretch?
Yes, Miss Brooks, but I'd rather talk to you alone, if it's all right with Mr. Boynton.
Why, certainly, Stretch. I've got to get down to the gym for a few minutes anyway. Miss Brooks, you will try to straighten him out, won't you? You know how important he is to the team.
I'll do what I can, Mr. Boynton.
Good. We'll see you at the snake dance tonight.
Now then, Stretch, tell teacher all about it.
Well, I know I ain't good in English, Miss Brooks.
You're not good in English.
I know. But ever since the first test you give me, I knew that I was going to improve and get the kind of marks in English that I've always striven for.
Striven for?
Oh, I know I got a lot to learn yet, but since I met you, I feel that you're more than just a teacher, that you understand kids, and that's why I come to you now. I ain't much at speeches, so I'll just say it right out, Miss Brooks. I'm in love.
In love? With what? Who?
My best friend's girl, Walter Denton.
People don't talk like this in any language. Stretch, are you trying to tell me that you've got a crush on Harriet Conklin?
Exactly. When she's in the stands rooting for the team, I play great. When she isn't, like she's not going to be where we're going to play over the weekend, I don't. So I ain't going, Miss Brooks.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Stretch. Have you told Harriet how you feel about her?
Oh, no. Nor Walter either. I wouldn't want to hurt neither of their feelings. It's just that I can't play without Harriet in the stands.
Look, Stretch, I heard that they're going to show the games on television right here in Madison. That means that Harriet will be in the stands. She'll be right on the sidelines watching your every move.
Honest, Miss Brooks?
May I swallow a border racer? Now, will you attend the ceremonies tonight and then leave with the rest of the team for Martinsville?
Well, if you say Harriet will be there on the sidelines, I guess I'll go along.
Good. I knew you wouldn't disappoint Mr. Boynton and me.
He was kind of counting on me, I guess. Funny thing about him, though. For a smart scientist, he's not very smart about getting someplace sometime.
Why, Stretch, what do you mean?
Like with you, I mean.
Here you are, a smart, pretty, brainy English teacher with no other attachments, and he don't do nothing about it.
Stretch,
Yes, Miss Brooks?
you ain't just flapping your lips, Doc.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, if instead of feeling sorry for herself, Cinderella only had the good sense to listen to House Party every Monday through Friday over most of these stations, she could have had a fine time even when she was home sweeping the hearth. All that fun would have helped her household chores get done faster. And it wouldn't have hurt her one bit if she went off to that fancy dress ball with a smile either. The wonderful thing about House Party is that you can enjoy it 5 days a week. It's good to hear whether you're working, resting, or out driving the car. And if you're attending a fancy dress ball at night or just spending a quiet evening at home, you'll find the high spirits that House Party gives rise to will carry right over to the evening ahead.
Well, the pre-victory celebration was a huge success. A 1-hour snake dance and the 6-mile torch parade came off promptly at 8 o'clock. And my seat came off promptly at 9. After seeing the basketball squad off for the bus depot, I immediately limped home for a nice, warm bath. Mrs. Davis, my landlady, was sitting in the living room when I opened the door.
Good evening, Connie. How was the snake dance?
Very snaky, thanks.
Did you bid Mr. Boynton of Sun goodbye, Connie?
Yes, Mrs. Davis.
What did he say?
Goodbye.
Oh, that man. When is he going to open his eyes and see that?
I think they're opening a little bit, Mrs. Davis. This afternoon in the laboratory, he really started to make a noise like an interested party.
Oh, what happened?
Nothing. I got all involved with the trials and tribulations of a star basketball player and his unrequited romance. But the weekend is upon us, and I won't have to play Dorothy Dix for a few days anyway.
What are you going to do tonight, Connie?
I have some very elaborate plans, Mrs. Davis. Tonight I'm going to have myself a schoolteacher's B&B.
Benedictine and brandy?
No, bath and bed. If you'll excuse me now, I'll drag my carcass into the bathroom and run a tub.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Connie. I've already let the water in. I was going to bathe Minerva tonight.
The cat? But cats aren't supposed to get baths, are they?
Oh, Minerva loves it. Besides, I just got to bathe her.
Why? Are the mice complaining?
No, she was walking near the sink this morning and slipped on the tile, poor dear. Fell right into some dough I was mixing for bread.
Oh. Then maybe Minerva better use the water that's in the tub.
She can wait. You run along, Connie, and take a nice restful...
Now, who in the world can that be? Coming! Stretch, what are you doing here? Why aren't you at the bus depot?
I ain't going.
Again? Well, come in for a minute.
Thanks, Miss Brooks.
This is Mrs. Davis. You remember Stretch?
Of course. He's the famous quarterback on our hockey team, isn't he?
No, lately he's been playing goalie for our tennis team.
Could I talk to you alone, Miss Brooks?
Naturally. Mrs. Davis, would you mind making a little tea?
Not at all, Connie. I'd like some myself. How about you, Stretch? Nice glass of milk?
No, thanks, Mrs. Davis.
Well, I'll bring some anyway. Nothing like milk for a growing boy.
I guess you're pretty disappointed in me, Miss Brooks. But Say, what's that?
What's what?
Right behind Mrs. Davis. There's a cake walking into the kitchen.
Oh, relax, Fred. I see it, too. That's just our cat, Minerva. She fell into some dough. Now tell me why you're not with the team.
It's Harriet, Miss Brooks. Even though she'll be seeing me play on television, I won't be able to see her.
I was afraid you'd figure that out. Look, Stretch. I'll get you a nice picture of Harriet and send it airmail. You'll have it by game time tomorrow night. How's that?
Gee, I don't know, Miss Brooks. I would like to have a picture of Harriet, but I wouldn't want anybody to know that Walter's my best friend.
I know, Stretch. You wouldn't want to hurt Walter or Harriet or either of their feelings. Believe me, I'll get the picture without anyone knowing for whom it's intended.
I hate to be such a problem to you, but, well, I never mixed much with other kids outside of athletics, I mean. And I think my name has something to do with it.
Your name?
You see, my real name is Fabian Snodgrass. I guess I was little and kids kidded me about it, I got sensitive.
I see. Stretch, do you have any brothers or sisters?
Sure. 2 sisters and 1 brother.
And do they have peculiar names, too?
Oh, no. They all got perfectly normal names. It's like the other day when I was talking to my sister. Rapunzel, I said.
Rapunzel. Well, that does it. I'll go into your case more thoroughly when you get back from this trip, Stretch, but right now you've got to rejoin the team. Come along.
You won't forget to send a picture, Miss Brooks.
I won't forget, Stretch. Lots of luck and goodbye again. Rapunzel Snodgrass. Well, there's a family for you. Oh, well, now for that bath. I better see if the water's still warm. It's pretty cold. I better let it out and run a fresh one.
Come and get your tea, Connie.
I'll be right there, Mrs. Davis. I'm afraid Minerva's water got a little cool. I'm running another tub for myself.
Very well, dear. Where did Stretch go?
Back to the bus depot. Wait till I close this door. The poor kid, he's hopelessly in love.
Yes, I overheard. But he shouldn't worry so much about the other boy in the case. Why, when my sister Angela was a girl, she never went out with one boy at a time.
She didn't?
No, she played the field, Angela did. Why, I remember one time she went out with twins for over a year before she found out they were triplets.
Poor Angela. The eternal quadrangle. I'd better take a look at that bath. There. Nice and hot. Now to get these clothes off and... Oh, no, not another interruption.
Hi, Miss Brooks. It's me. Can I come in for a minute?
Yes, Walter, but that's about all. I'm trying to take a bath.
Well, that'll have to wait, Miss Brooks.
Well, it's getting plenty of practice. What's the matter, Walter?
It's Stretch. He disappeared from the station, and when last seen, he was heading in this direction.
He did come here, Walter, but I sent him back down to the depot.
Well, that seems like a pretty silly maneuver. Well, what did he come here about?
He wanted some advice. He's in love, Walter.
In love? In love with who?
Whom?
Who's she?
He's in love with somebody that doesn't love him, a girl who goes with another fellow.
Now, what kind of a girl would go with a fellow when she could go with a star basketball player like Stretch?
I can't divulge the details, Walter, but Stretch was miserable about the situation.
But he's not supposed to be miserable. This is a crucial time. If he likes a girl, she should go with him and brush off this other jerk.
Careful, Walter. You may hate yourself for this. Look, I've smoothed his feathers and sent him back to play the game of his life. Now, you get back to the depot and don't say a word about what I've told you.
Well, all right, Miss Brooks. But I wish I could get a peek at the guy that's got Stretch's girl buffaloed.
You may never see him till you start shaving. Goodbye to you again, Walter Denton. Oh, let's see how this water feels now. It could be warmer. I'll let a little out and refill it. Singing in the bathtub, la-da-da-da-da, singing in the bathtub. Now we'll just put the plug back in, run some more water. I always thought that teaching was my only profession, but bathing can be quite a career, too. There, that ought to be just right. Singing in the bathtub, nothing can go wrong. Singing in the bathtub, oh, I should live so long. Come in, whoever you are. Oh, it's Mr. Boynton.
Oh, I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Brooks, but Walter Denton's disappeared from the bus depot. Have you seen him?
Of course I've seen him. Won't you come inside, Mr. Boynton?
I haven't time, Miss Brooks. You say you saw Walter. Where is he now?
On the way back to the bus depot.
Oh, good. Stretch got down there before I left, and when he found Walter gone, he was quite upset. Now everything will be all right. Sorry to have troubled you, Miss Brooks. See you next week. Goodbye.
Goodbye, you greyhound Lochinvar. Well, at least there's nothing to stop me from taking that bath now. I couldn't have gotten cool in that short space of time. Let's see. No, it's exactly the right temperature. I don't have to let out a drop. Wrong again. Oh, no, it's not you again, Stretch.
I'm a monster.
What do you want from me, an affidavit? What's wrong wrong this time?
When Walter came back to the depot, I took one look at him, and then I knew.
Knew what?
I couldn't go to Martinville without his girl, Harriet. I just can't play unless she's really in the stands.
All right, Stretch, I'll do my best. Go back down to the depot and wait for me.
What are you going to do, Miss Brooks?
I'm going to slip on a straitjacket and run over to the Conklins. I wouldn't have disturbed you this late, Mr. Conklin, but it's absolutely essential if you want Madison to win that championship.
What's essential, Miss Brooks?
That you let Harriet here go to Martinsville with the team.
Me? Go with the team tonight? But of course it's Walter. He needs me.
Stop squealing, girl.
But don't you see, Daddy? Walter's the manager of the team, and he needs me by his side. I hardly dared to hope for it, but now I know. Walter's my life, my future, my all.
Walter isn't the one who requested that you come along, Harriet. It was Stretch.
Stretch? But he's the best athlete at Madison. I'll rush to his side at once.
What about Walter?
Who needs Walter? When does the bus leave, Miss Brooks?
Not so fast, young lady. What's this all about, Miss Brooks?
Well, it's Stretch, Mr. Conklin. He's got a crush on Harriet. And if she'll just be in the stands and root for him, he says Madison is bound to win. There's really no harm in it.
No harm in it, but Martinsville is 400 miles away. The basketball team is composed entirely of boys. Boys and Mr. Boynton. Who'd chaperone my daughter?
Who else but Miss Brooks? Come on, Miss Brooks, pack a bag and we'll have to...
Oh, just a minute, Harriet. I can't...
Oh, of course you can. It's your idea, isn't it? Now go on home and get... Wait a minute. With Mr. Boynton coaching the team, you'll need a chaperone yourself.
Then why don't you come along, Daddy?
What? Me? The principal of the school leave Madison for a weekend? To watch our basketball team play a round robin with the best teams in the state? Tell your mother we're leaving at once.
Oh, just one thing, Mr. Conklin.
Yes?
Do you think they have a bathtub in Martinsville? Well, I never thought when I woke up this morning that I'd be riding on the bus with you and the team tonight, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, I'm glad it worked out this way, Miss Brooks.
I am too.
Me too.
Driver, I'm Mr. Conklin, the principal of Madison High.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Conklin? My name's Fredericks. What can I do for you?
Well, I'd like to open a few of these windows if nobody minds. It's kind of stuffy in here.
Yeah, it is kind of crowded in the bus. You see, we didn't expect all you extra passengers. In fact, there was one kid back at the depot I couldn't even allow on.
Which kid was that, Mr. Fredericks?
Oh, some tall fella said his name was Snodgrass, Stretch Snodgrass.
Well, just as long as he wasn't an important member of the team, it's...
Stretch Snodgrass!
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first,
Give the world a break. Give it the smile it deserves. And while you're at it, give yourself a break, too. Keep smiling to the antics of our expanded Amos and Andy Music Hall and on the hour-long Robert Q. Lewis Show. Both of these lighthearted programs come your way over most of these stations each Monday through Friday night and Saturday in the daytime, too. And each of them, in any number of ways, is a listening delight. Amos and Andy, the Kingfish, and all of their friends, including some of the biggest names in show business, are open for business 6 times a week, now at their music hall. And since their business is a pleasure, you'll find it a happy place to be. The Robert Q. Lewis Show offers you unlimited opportunities for having a good time, too. Ray Block and his orchestra to back them up, Judy Johnson and Richard Hayes handle any old or new song hit with ease and distinction. Of course, known in formal fashion, Robert Q. Lewis keeps the laughs coming with unflagging speed. So tomorrow, or any Monday through Friday night, and on Saturday in the daytime from now on, do your full share of the smiling. Hear the Amos and Andy Music Hall and the Robert Q. Lewis Show. And when you do, get set to find the whole world smiling back at you.
and now once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Mr. Conklin was furious, and the only way I could square myself with him was to give up my seat to Stretch when the bus returned to pick him up. Then I went home, got undressed, and steered my stubborn little course for the bathroom. Now I can really... Oh, hello, Mrs. Davis.
Hello, Connie. I was going to postpone Minerva's bath till tomorrow, but she just couldn't wait any longer.
Oh? When did you put her into the tub, Mrs. Davis?
Just this minute, Connie.
Well, I can't wait any longer either. Move over, Minerva.
Where are you going, little girl? Said the wolf to Red Riding Hood. I'll bet you're going to your grandmother's house and that's a basket of goodies you have on your arm. You lose your bet, said Red Riding Hood. In the first place, it's not a basket of goodies, it's my lunch. In the second place, I'm not going to my grandmother's house, I'm staying here. In the third place, I'm not a little girl in the first place, but a full-fledged member of the Ground Observer Corps spotting planes here on this hilltop. Incidentally, spotters are needed for all shifts to help keep Uncle Sam's defense network operating 24 hours a day. If you have nothing better to do than jump out at people from behind trees, I suggest you might use your time more valuably by volunteering for the Ground Observer Corps yourself. Civil defense is everybody's business. Little girls, growled the wolf, are getting too smart these days, and he was right. It's smart to help guard your own home and community from danger from the air. Why don't you join your neighbors who are already members of GOC? Wherever you live, whatever hours you can give, there's a place for you in Operation Skywatch. CBS Radio urges you to get in touch with your local Civil Defense office for more information about the Ground Observer Corps. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Leonard Smith, and Frank Nelson. Be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. This is Johnny Jacobs speaking.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Right now, I'm more nervous than Truman at a railroad convention.
You on? Oh!
If I'm not on next week, you know why.
Knowing white hangs on the line, sings a song of feeling fine. We're clean and bright as we can be, 'cause we've been wasting tide, you see.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the wash day miracle that gives you the cleanest clothes in town, proudly presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and Dick Ryan will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled The Big Scare, and it stars MGM's clown, Red Skelton. Hi, Rod. Hi, Skelton. How do you feel?
I feel alive tonight.
What do you know for sure? Say, how was that plane trip to Texas with Chuck Walters?
Well, the whole crew knew that I was a little frightened, so they gave me the business.
Did you get airsick?
Yeah. The hostess says, would you like to step outside and get some air for a few minutes? I says, we're 20,000 feet up.
What did she say?
She was surprised and says, maybe that's why those other passengers didn't come back.
Did you go forward with the pilot?
Only for a few seconds. I said to the pilot, I says, hey, that gas gauge says empty. Does that mean anything? He says, not to me. I got a parachute.
Well, you ready to go down to the town hall?
Yeah, ready to go, boy, as soon as I get in the car. Now, let's go, boy.
You still in that picture with Esther Williams?
Yeah.
Boy, what a job.
Oh, I don't know. Esther Williams don't bother me. In fact, when I see her coming, I walk the other way.
What other way?
On my hands.
Well, the picture takes place in Texas, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hey, there's one scene in the picture. This will kill you. There are two guys, and they both stutter, and they're working in a blacksmith shop, see? So one guy's standing there, he's got a big pair of pliers, and he's holding a horseshoe in the fire, and he says, hey, Pete, get ready to smack this thing, will you? And the other guy says, don't worry, boy. I'll be there. So the guy throws the horseshoe over on the anvil, and he says, all right, come on, boy. Smack it, will you? And the other guy says, shall I hit it with the large sledge or the little one? The other guy said, forget it, it's cold now.
Hey, step on the gas or we'll be late.
Okay, boy. Say, you know, we're going to need a bigger town hall. Look at the crowd that showed up.
Yeah, there's Clem Cadiddlehopper. I'm going to go say hello.
I'll see you inside. I want to see if we can get some seats.
Pardon me, lady. Pardon me. Hey, Clem.
Well, here I am. I've got plenty of nothing. Yes, sir, right between my ears.
How are you, Clem?
Well, I don't feel so good today. You see, my pet pig died.
Well, that's too bad.
Yes, it is. But we all got to go sooner or later. Seems like everything happens to me. First my pet pig dies, then my cow goes dry. Now my chickens won't lay an egg unless you bring back an empty shell.
What do you got in that sack? What have you got in that sack?
Oh, this is a lock of my girl's hair.
Oh, Clem, I never knew you were sentimental.
Oh.
You going to carry it in your wallet?
No, it's for scrubbing pot. We're running short on steel wool. You
mean your girl's hair is that coarse?
Oh, yes. She hadn't bought a broom in 5 years. She just bends over and wiggles her eyebrows real fast.
Well, your girl must be a Lulu.
Oh, she is. You know, she's got braces on her teeth. Got braces on her teeth. I have a lot of fillings, you see. Boy, when we kiss, you should see the sparks fly.
Are you going to the town hall meeting?
Well, I might attend, but I hope that movie director, Chuck Reisner, don't speak. Boy, he's too convincing. He told us why we should donate blood to the blood bank, and the next day, I went down and gave all of my blood.
Look, stupid.
Who's stupid?
You are.
I'm stupid?
Yes, you're stupid.
Well, thanks for telling me. I'll straighten up.
You know, if you didn't have any blood, you wouldn't be alive.
Who's alive?
Aren't you?
I don't know. My birth certificate said could be.
Well, Clem, it's good to see you.
Yep.
I have to go now, though. Skelton's motioning for me.
Well, I'll see you around. I got to go bury my pet skunk.
Did your pet skunk die, too?
Yep, I think. Well, get the gutter. Hey, Rod, over here.
Here. This town meeting will come to order. While we're waiting for our principal speaker, San Fernando Red, who has been detained by a nasty accident, his wife, Procter and Gamble, the Gilbert and Sullivan of radio, will entertain us with their choral group.
We wear the cleanest clothes in town, 3 happy husbands we.
Because you married 3 smart girls who use T-I-D-E. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E Tide.
Yes, ma'am, sing it or just plain say it. Tide gives you the cleanest wash in town. Because we've proved it in the laboratory. Why, we've tested Tide against every soap you've ever heard of. Chances are we've tested it against the soap you've been using. And every time, the result's the same. Tide just plain gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. Of course, millions of you women have proved that right in your own washing machines. The only difference is, our results show up in facts and figures, but yours show up in the cleaner clothes your children wear, the cleaner sheets and towels in your linen closet. So next wash day, wash your clothes in those terrific Tide suds, Then wring 'em, rinse 'em, and hang up the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets soap cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town
With T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
Order, ladies and gentlemen, order. The meeting will now be addressed by the Honorable San Fernando Red.
Thank you. Thank you, mister. Or were you just warming your hands? My friends, and you are my friend. I'm not going to make a political speech. I promise you that. And you know when I promise you something, it stinks. Sticks. I proved that by my campaign promises, whatever they were. As I said, I ain't going to make no political speech because that ain't why I'm here. I'm here because I'm scared to go home. I just returned from our nation's capital, Independence, Missouri. And I'd like to say that this freeze that the government has just put on has gone a little too far. It was 15 below zero back there. There was a terrible snowstorm, but there wasn't one icicle on Harry's house. Of course, when Margaret hits high C, something has to give. Of course, every time Harry goes on that yacht, everybody has to give. Friends, I'm telling you, I just got back from Washington, D.C., and believe me, neighbors, when I tell you I saw Congress in session, you know what Congress is? That's bingo with billions. I'm telling you, they're spending money like it was going out of style. As you all know, that I've been in office only since last November, and I must say in that short time I have accomplished quite a lot. I've made myself enough money to retire already. But now comes the reason why I'm looking you in the face. And as I look into your face, I can see there are a lot of faces that really need looking into. I'm here to spread a word around about a man who's been dragging my name through the mud. That Willie Lump Lump. Let's look at the facts. Now, these are the facts. Now, get them. Now, I ain't going to repeat this. Now, these are the facts now. This man is a disgrace to our community. He has no job. He has no savings. He has no self-respect. And he spends all of his time lying in the gutter. He ain't fit for nothing. There's only one job that he could hold, and you've already elected me. Let's ride Willie out of town on the rail. I tell you, if you don't, neighbors, he's going to say the right thing, and I'll be impeached.
Hey, Skelton, let's get out of here.
Yeah, come on, hurry.
Gee, Red, the folks sound sore. Do you think they'll really ride Willie out of town on a rail?
If they bring a brass rail around, he'll get on it himself. Hey, but we can't let this happen to Willie. He's got a wife and 3 kids.
Well, I didn't know the Lump Lumps had any children.
Who's talking about children? They raise goats.
Well, come on, Red, we've got to warn Willie that the crowd's after him.
Well, look, the last time I saw Willie, he was in a pet store with Junior.
What was he doing at a pet store?
He bought Junior a couple of white mice.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Well, I saw Junior and his mother inside attending the meeting.
So?
Well, I saw him take something out of his pocket and stroke it a couple times, then look around at the crowd like a fiend.
Oh, no. No, you don't think he'd turn that mouse loose in there, do you?
I wouldn't put it past him. You realize what would happen with all those women in there?
Yeah. Huh? Oh, well, we all have to go sooner or later. Look, I'll tell you what you do. You go in and warn Junior's mother, and I'll go over and see if I can get a beat on Willie Lump Lump.
Okay. Pardon me, may I get through here? Excuse me, folks.
The guy want to go home. Come on. Oh, gangway! You'll be trampled. One has broken loose from the herd.
Oh, Junior, shame on you.
Junior, how nice to run across you.
How nice to run across me. You sorry you wasn't in the car at the time. I know you.
Oh, no, Junior. I'm a true friend. I'd give my right arm for you.
Well, thanks, Fatso. I didn't know you felt that way. Here, shake.
Oh, my finger! I got my finger in that mousetrap.
Well, listen to him. He just said he'd give his right arm, and now I try to take a finger on account, and he blows his tongue.
Junior, what have you done? Oh, Rod, let me help you get that contraption off your hand.
Yeah, it only look nice I caught a rat instead of a mouse. No.
There. Junior, how could you do such a thing as catch Rod's finger in the mouse trap?
I'm sorry I do it. I won't do it no more. You big, fat, greasy bum. Look, you've been it all out of shape. Now it can't take a mouse. Now, you couldn't take a turtle in there now. Quiet, boy, quiet.
What have you got in your pocket?
Nothing, just me little fingers.
I heard squeaking.
They need oiling. Hey, let's go home. You come to these meetings all the time, and I get so sleepy. And I guarantee you, if you don't take me home within 5 minutes, you'll be sorry.
Junior, I can't. Mother has to present a loving cup.
What for?
The chicken lovers of America have asked me to present a cup to the chicken that laid the biggest egg.
Well, send it to Snyder in Washington. Boy, the egg he laid with that new tax proposal was a pip. But let's go. Believe me now. Everybody will believe me if we don't.
Look, I know what you have in your pocket.
What I got in my pocket, Nosy?
Why do you call me Nosy?
I called them the way I see them.
Now, what's the big secret, Rod?
Well, Junior
I got me hands in my pocket.
Oh, Junior and I have a secret.
Yes, in a few minutes I'm going to let everybody in on it.
Oh, no.
You look worried, Rod. What's the matter?
Tell her what's the matter.
You know what's the matter. You heard what San Fernando said about running Willie out of town.
Yes, I heard that, too, and I think it's a rotten shame because he's a nice man. Oh, he gets a little bladder at times. But I figure anything that's good enough for my own pop is good enough for Willie.
Junior, don't you dare talk like that. Your father is not a drinking man.
Oh, he's not,
no.
Huh? Well, I got news for you, kiddo. You don't get that way from eating kumquats.
Junior, I'm warning you. I tell you, Rod, this boy's going to drive me to my grave.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'd get arrested. I don't have the driver's license. Driving you nowhere.
Look, Lorene, I got to talk to Junior. Junior, where did you last see Willie Lumplump?
Well, I can't talk here, so so I can get some sleep. You take me out of here and I'll talk. Guys, I could be home in a sleep in my little cage by now.
Well, the place is so crowded.
Well, I can take care of that.
How?
You know what I got in my pocket.
Oh, good heavens, don't take it out, Junior. Junior, you're not going through with it, are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, if Lorene will step forward, we will give the judge's final decision and get on with the presentation.
Oh, this means another half hour without sleep. Okay, Mouse, go to work.
Oh, no,
Boy, what a way to break up communist meetings, huh? A mouse carrying a whack. That'll be good, huh? Wonder if the FBI heard about this one.
Oh, Junior, everything is ruined.
What's the matter?
All the chicken eggs are broken. And the cameras are ruined.
Well, never mind that, the mouse. Where's me mouse?
Junior!
Quiet. Order.
I'll have an ice cream soda and a mouse.
If we can have your attention, Mr. David Rose and his orchestra will play A Bushel and a Peck.
to wash dishes, then you're gonna love Tide.
You must mean me. I really hate to wash dishes.
Would you mind telling me why?
For one thing, my hands hate that greasy water.
Ah, then you're gonna love Tide. Because there just isn't any greasy water when Tide's in your dishpan. Why, Tide cuts grease like magic. Seems to make grease disappear. The water stays so clean and fresh, it's a treat to your hands.
But I also hate all the time dishwashing takes.
Oh, are you gonna love Tide? 'Cause Tide lets you wash dishes quick as 1, 2, 3. Just wash your dishes in those heaping Tide suds, rinse them, then just let them drain dry. No wiping needed. For you see, unlike soap, Tide leaves no dulling soap film. So you can skip wiping your dishes completely, and they'll come out shining, sparkling bright. So try Tide in your dishpan real soon. Remember, if you hate to wash dishes, then you're gonna love Tide.
What is your next number? Say, the guy over at Joe's Bar and Grill told me that he saw Willie going into an art museum.
Well, here's a museum.
I know.
I can't believe he'd be in here.
Well, come on, let's go see anyhow, boy. Willie!
Willie!
Hey, Willie!
Oh, Willie! I knew this would be a wild goose chase.
Well, they sure got a lot of statues in here. Look, you go that way, I'll go around this way and see if you can find it.
See, that statue over there sure is strange. Standing on its head. Looks like a gargoyle. No, it's Willie Lump Lump. Hey, Willie, what are you doing standing on your head?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? Let's not get nosy, Bub. I'm standing on my head because my feet are killing me. Believe me, my feet are killing me, and my feet are big enough to kill 10 men. Yeah. See, my wife shrunk my socks, and I have to tuck my toes in so I can wear them.
Well, I never expected to find you in this place. How did you happen to come here?
Well, I just happened to be crawling home after a tough day at the unemployment compensation line, you see. So I thought I would come in and have me a pick-me-up. Boy, what a brawl this must have been, huh? Everybody's so plastered they can't move. There's no wonder there ain't a drop left in the place. Look at that guy over there, stupid bum. He got so stiff he started to throw his plate away and he's just holding it now. It's a nudist cult, if you ask me.
Willie, this is an art museum, and those are all statues.
Oh, yeah? Well, it looks like the same crowd that hangs around at Sam's Tavern. This is a Lulu. Wait till you hear this one. Looks like the crowd that hangs around at Sam's Tavern, only these bums dress more casual. You think they catch their death of cold. Look at that guy sitting over there resting his head on his fist. Look at that.
Mm-hmm. That's the thinker.
He certainly is. Oh, the thinker. The thinker. Oh, the way he was dressed, it looked like he lost everything he owned in a crap game, and he was trying to think up a story to tell his wife. You know?
Willie, I came to warn you that there was a meeting at the town hall today, and the people decided you were no good, and they want to run you out of town.
Oh, so those busybodies are after me just because I try to expose that San Fernando Reds. That no good bum. Well, I got news for you, brother. They can't run me out of town.
Why?
If they run me out of town, it means the brewery will have to close. I am their sole source of income.
Willie, you've got to go on the wagon.
I just got off the wagon. I gave my seat to a lady.
You know, you keep drinking that stuff.
Huh?
You keep drinking that stuff, and it's going to kill you.
Yeah.
You've got to swear off that stuff before it's too late.
Oh, not me, boy. A flock of them flew over that time. Hey, have you seen my pal, California McBug, lately?
I'm telling you, it's going to be the death of you.
Oh, so, I came in here to get some rest, boy. Go away. Let me get some sleep.
Gosh, he's asleep already. Well, I know one way we can cure him of drinking.
Hey, Skelton. Yeah?
Come on in here and give me a hand with this guy.
Oh, you found Willie, huh?
Yeah, you grab his feet. We're going to give him such a scare that he'll never touch another drop.
Where are we taking him?
To the mortuary down the street.
Mortuary?
Yeah. Willie's in for a big surprise.
Good. It's only a half-hour program, boy. Career out of one transition.
All right, just lay 'em on this table, gentlemen.
Huh?
Just lay 'em on this table, gentlemen.
Look, if you're ever a pallbearer, don't forget to let go of that box or they're going to plant you with it.
Say, we're lucky he didn't wake up yet.
Yeah. We're grateful for you helping us teach Willie a lesson, Mr. Stroud.
Oh, it's a pleasure, sir. I'm happy to be of service to you at any time.
Well, don't look so anxious, brother. Hey, Rod, I'm going to go phone Willie's wife.
Oh, I don't think you have to do that.
Well, I want to go outside anyway. You see, I don't like the way Mr. Stroud's appraising me. See, I'm a sucker for sales talk, and if he gives me a bargain, I'm liable to go. I'll see you guys later.
Your friend seems to be waking up.
Oh, yeah, I'll hide behind this door. Give him a good scare, Mr. Stroud.
Ah, yes. His eyes are now opening.
P.T.'s if I've ever seen him. You are the fattest snake I've ever seen. Say, go tell the bartender to mix me another one just like the last one, will you?
Shh, quiet. Have you no respect for the deceased?
Well, I figured you was gone, but I didn't want to say. Let me ask you something, brother. How long have you been tax exempt?
Oh, I am not the deceased. You are.
Yes, I know. I'm dead? You mean I'm really dead? I can't breathe. You mean You mean I've qualified for your layaway plan? The first laughing undertaker I've ever seen.
Exactly. Now lay still while I try to make you look natural.
Yeah, use Arthur McKinley's number 4, will you? Look, if I'm dead, how come I can sit up and talk? See? No, how can... You're kidding me, boy. You just don't sound right to me, and you don't look right either. You just don't look right to me. I've seen a lot of corpses in my day, but you just don't look right to me. I repeat, you don't look right.
How did you used to part your hair?
Oh, part it in the middle, Every block should have an alley. Look, I'm not ready to go yet now. Stop this stuff, will you? Now, I've got things to finish, like that fifth I left in the closet that ain't empty yet.
Please cooperate and fold your hands over your chest. I have to have some place to put the lily.
Oh? Well, don't look at me. I ain't going to say it. You don't mind? I don't like lilies. I'd rather have 4 roses.
Now lay back. One of your friends has come to view the remains.
Oh, it's probably my bookie coming to collect. I guess I outsmarted him, huh? One way to beat the horses, die.
May I see him now, Mr. Shroud? Oh, there he is. Poor Willie. He was such a nice guy. If he only hadn't drunk so much.
Yes. It's such a shame that he's no longer with us.
Cut it out, fellas. You're killing me. I didn't know. I thought you were kidding me. I got
If only he'd taken the pledge from Father Edward Carney when I asked him to. He'd been with us today.
Yes.
When are they going to plant the old boy?
What am I, a seed?
Tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
I can't make it. I never get up before 10. Except when I was in the Army, and then I used to get up at noon. I was a major, you know.
Tell me, did you inform his wife?
Yes.
Oh, how is she taking it?
Yeah, how?
Well, she's keeping her mind off it. By cashing in his insurance policy.
It wasn't too hot, was it, huh? Now she got out of the fire. Look, I hate to be stubborn about this, but I changed my mind. I'm not going to go. Can I have a rain check on it? Who'd I have to see? You got...
Oh, poor Willie. If he'd only listened to me and stopped drinking, this would never have happened.
Oh, look, fellas, now, if you can hear me, if I'm getting through to you... if you could just get me back, I'll never touch another drop. So help me. You know, maybe I've had something on my mind that I haven't wanted to tell you fellas about. Oh, I've been stiff before, but never like this. It just seems so final. Please don't bury me, boys.
Okay, Willie. I hope you've learned your lesson.
You mean I not dead?
No.
Oh, boy, I have learned my lesson. Let me out of here.
Willie, don't run out in the street. Look out for that truck.
Wait.
Oh, Willie, are you all right?
Yeah, a few minutes ago I was out at the undertaker's parlor, and now I'm on the way to the hospital. I'm improving.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, until next Sunday.
This is Red Skelton reminding you that tomorrow is Abraham Lincoln's birthday. As good Americans, let's all place a flag in front of our homes. Thanks for listening, and thanks for buying more and more of that Wash Day Miracle Tide.
And this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap on earth, cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. That's why
You get the cleanest washing towel with T-I-D-E Tide. T-I-D-E Tide.
That Skelton is heard on this program to the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is CBS, Columbia Broadcasting System.
Air Base in Tucson, Arizona, the Abbott Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that chubby little civilian who, when he reported to the commanding officer, uttered these historic words.
Costello, where have you been? Just look at you. Your face is smeared with lipstick. From your eyebrows to your chin.
Yeah, I know that, Abbott. That's the last time I'll ever kiss a whack in a Jeep with the motor running.
Look, I missed you on the train coming out from Hollywood. Costello, where were you?
Abbott, I had a very rough trip.
You did?
I had to stand up all the way. Everybody had a place to sleep with me. There was even an army dog sleeping in an upper berth.
A dog in an upper berth?
Yeah.
Why didn't you complain to the conductor?
I did. I said, Conductor, there's an army dog in the upper berth, and I can't understand it.
And what did he say?
He says, I can't understand it either. He paid for a lower.
I know. Never mind that. Look.
So he got a drawing room.
All right, never mind. Look, what is that outfit you're wearing?
Oh, I'm supposed to be a cowboy, Abbott.
You do?
How do you like my 4-gallon hat?
That, Costello, don't you mean a 10-gallon hat?
Nope, 4 gallons. All I had was an 8 ticket.
Well, if you're supposed to be a cowboy, where are your chaps?
What did you say?
The chaps. Where are the chaps?
I don't know where the chaps are now, but brother, they ain't on Iwo Jima.
Costello, I didn't think it was possible for you to get so dumb.
Oh, I can do anything if I set my mind to it.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Why, this morning, I went back horse riding.
Yeah, you went what?
Horseback riding.
Oh, how could you ride a horse? You're a tenderfoot.
Tenderfoot? Brother, you got your geography all wrong.
All right. What kind of a horse did you ride?
It's tender.
Wait a minute, I understand that. Explain it to me. What kind of a horse did you ride? Did you have a Mustang?
No, I used to have a Mustang, Abbott, but I shaved it off. Made my girlfriend very jealous.
What do you mean?
It was bigger than hers.
No. Listen, you nitwit. I'm talking about a Mustang, not a mustache. You ride on a Mustang, but you can't ride on a mustache.
Well, you could ride on mine. It had handlebars.
Costello, I don't believe you can ride at all.
Oh, yes, I can.
Can you make your horse do a canter?
No, but I made him do a Jolson. He got down on one knee and he sang Mammy.
Yes, he did?
Mammy.
Yeah, all right. Just a minute, Costello. Are you trying to tell me your horse sang Mammy?
Well, he didn't sing it all the way through. He whistled the last chorus.
Okay. Look, Costello, that's impossible. How can a horse whistle?
I put my fingers in his mouth.
And he whistled?
Oh, he bit me.
He bit you.
Then I whistled.
Yeah, then you whistled. Never mind that. Well, look, what do you feed your horse?
Well, this morning I give him a bucket of whiskey.
A bucket of whiskey?
Yep. I felt very sorry for him, Abbott.
What do you mean?
The man that rented him to me told me he's got to go back on the wagon tomorrow.
You... Look, you idiot. The man rented you a dray horse.
He is not a dray horse. He's a brown horse with white stripes.
No, Costello, I'm not talking about the horse's color.
He didn't have any collar. He only wears the collar when he pulls the wagon.
No, well, look, if he pulls a wagon, he's a dray horse. He has to be a dray horse to pull a wagon.
Now, how do you like that? This guy wants to put all the other horses out of work. All the black horses, the white horses, all the brown horses. They will have no jobs at all. Nothing but dray horses pulling the wagon.
Yeah, no, calm down, Costello. I'm only trying to tell you that if he pulls a wagon, he's a dray horse. A dray horse works on a dray.
Abbott, this horse works overtime. He pulls the wagon in the dray time, and I ride him at night. I'm paying time and a half.
Look, you dummy, when I say he's a dray horse, I don't mean he's a day horse. I mean he's a dray horse. Now, a dray horse can work in the day or at night and still be a dray horse. He can work at night on the dray.
Oh, when you say he's a dray horse, you don't mean it's a dray horse. You mean it's a dray horse, and a dray horse can still be a dray horse when he works night or day.
Now, you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
And let's forget all about it. We'll see what you know about horses.
What page are you on, Abbott?
Number 4.
So am I. So am I.
I'll find out what you know about horses in just a minute. Do you prefer an eastern saddle or a western saddle?
Well, I don't know where it comes from, but I like it. I drink a big glass of saddle every morning.
Yeah, you dummy, what kind of saddle can you put in a glass?
Saddle a Patagon.
No. Costello, you'll never be a cowboy. Why, you haven't even got a lasso.
A what?
I said lasso. A lasso is a rope or a coil.
Oh, I got very pretty coils. My mother coils my coil every morning. What am I for? I got a spit coil?
No, Costello. The coil I mean is a line that hangs on the saddle. The cowboys use it to catch horses and cows.
They catch horses and cows?
Sure.
They catch horses and horses on a line?
Certainly.
What do they use for bait?
Hey, Costello, look, let's forget the whole thing. Now, while you're here in Arizona, why don't you take advantage of the beauties of the desert?
I tried that this morning, Abbott, and one of them slapped me right in the puss.
I'm not talking about girls. I mean the beauties of nature. You should go see the Grand Canyon.
That Grand Canyon is a fake.
What do you mean the Grand Canyon is a fake?
I went out there to look at it yesterday. There's nothing there but a big hole. They must have moved to someplace else.
Costello.
I didn't see nothing.
That hole is the canyon. And I am going to visit the Grand Canyon tomorrow. I am going right up to the edge of the canyon.
You're going right
up to the edge.
Edge of the canyon?
That's me.
Abbott, be careful you don't fall off. But if you do fall, be sure and look to the left.
Why?
You'll never see a sight like that again, brother.
Last year, Camel broke its own record, made more cigarettes than ever before in history. Now, a new production schedule topping even 1944 is planned for this year. And still, we can't promise to meet the civilian demand. Billions and billions of Camels are going to the servicemen overseas. And the service comes first. But when you do get Camels, they are still Camels. Rich, full flavor, cool mildness. Camels will not be sold down the river. They just wouldn't be Camels if we were to use green, insufficiently cured tobaccos. War or peace, Camels are still Camels.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, still the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. Ask for them every time you buy cigarettes. Camel presents Freddie Richards Band with a hit song from Bloomer Girl. Evelina.
Costello, isn't it wonderful to be playing to this fine bunch of clean-living boys?
What did you say they were?
They're clean-living boys.
Clean-living boys?
Yeah.
Well, a guy can't get very dirty on $50 a month.
Hey, look. Well, look, wasn't your cousin Private Hugo Costello stationed at this base?
Yeah, but they threw him out. He kicked an MP in the shins.
You can't go around kicking MPs in the shins.
You can't kick them any place. They're particular.
Yeah. Look, will you talk sense, Costello? Did you meet any Indians on the desert?
Oh, sure. You know me. I'm an old Indian fighter.
Fighter?
Yeah.
Well, why aren't you fighting?
I can't find any old Indians. Young.
Me Indian. Me sell moccasins. Me sitting bull.
If you're a sitting bull, why are you standing up?
Me on vacation.
Mr. Bull, I'll take a pair of those moccasins for Costello.
Good. Here.
Wait a minute. These moccasins are kind of small. Ain't you got a size 10?
Say, what am I, Florsheim? I'm only an Indian.
Hey, Abbott.
Right.
You know what? My Uncle Artie Stebbins married an Indian girl, but he had to divorce her.
Why?
She used to walk her asleep, and she took the blanket with her.
Costello, I understand you're thinking of building a house out here on the desert.
Yes. I was talking to an artichoke about the house this morning.
I think you mean architect. An artichoke is an expensive delicacy.
Well, there's nothing cheap about this crumb.
But before you start building a house, I think you should see a model home.
Okay, get me a model. I'll see your home.
No. Don't talk silly, Costello. Now, I've taken the liberty of drawing up some plans for your house. And here they are. Now, you'll notice I have placed your room here, the kitchen here, and the maid's room here.
I like that, Abbott.
Why?
I'll have to go through the kitchen to get to the maid's room.
Never mind that. Have you made arrangements to get the money to build your house?
Oh, sure. I'm getting the money from the We Trust You, but if you cheat us, you won't have any luck friendly credit finance company.
What security did you have to give to get the loan?
Oh, nothing. I just gave them my word. And my mother has to go and live with them.
Oh.
Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm from the Friendly Credit Finance Company. My name is Ork. Tommy Ork.
I think before I spoke to your brother, Mohawk.
Of course, I think so too. Now, Mr. Costello, our company makes a practice of examining all applicants for loans. A mere formality, if I'm not too inquisitive. We have absolute faith and confidence in your honesty.
See that, Abbott? They trust me.
Now, Mr. Costello, please be so kindly impress your fingerprints on this pad. I'll check with Washington later after we take a sample of your blood.
You're going to take my blood?
Oh, just a couple of cords. We return it after the loan is paid up. Now, do you having any birthmarks?
No, but I got my girl's face tattooed on my chest.
Are there any birthmarks on that?
Well, there's a mole there, but I don't know if it belongs on her chin or my chest.
Well, this is very enlightening.
Wait, will you give me that again, please?
I say what you're saying to me is very enlightening.
What do you talk with, lumps?
Thank you. Now, tell me this. What does the face looking like?
Well, she's got dark, curly hair. And every time I take a deep breath, she smiles.
I see. Now, Mr. Costello, have you any marks of identification on your body, like scars, wounds, or bruises?
Noses.
Well, if you happen to miss any of payments, we'll attend to that.
Hey, Abbott, what did he mean by that last crack?
Oh, nothing, Costello. That's merely a matter of form.
That's what I'm worried about, my form. I want to keep it the way it is.
Now, Mr. Costello, in going over your plans, we find that your building thing is costing too many monies. We'll have to cut down.
Cut down? All I want is a living room, a bedroom, a dining room, kitchen, and a maid's room and a garage.
I see. Well, in the first place, you don't need any dining room.
Oh, now, wait a minute, just a minute. If you take away the dining room, where in the world is the man going to eat?
Well, the way this thing is going, I don't think I'm going to have an appetite.
Exactly. You cannot expect to eat and make payments, too.
Okay, the dining room is out. Gee, but that was a pretty room. Such beautiful wallpaper.
Yes. Now then, if you are not going to eat, you will not need a kitchen. And without a kitchen, you won't need any maid's room, is it?
I'm going to miss that maid.
Yes, to me, that's very refreshing thing. Will you cut it out with that nut? Now read straight. I'm sorry, that's the way I talk in heaven. Let us get back to the house, please. Right here, that's the bedroom.
Well, you can cut that out, too. I'll be so worried about the payments I won't be able to sleep.
Absolutely. Oh, say, incidental, what is this thing here?
Oh, that's the living room.
Well, now, what do you want with a living room? You have no bedroom, no kitchen, and no dining room. Are you calling that living?
All right, sir, we'll cut out the living room. Now, what have I got left?
Well, you've got a lovely piece of ground there, Mr. Costello.
Good. I can park there and live in my car.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you couldn't do that, Mr. Costello.
And why not?
We'll take your car today for the down payment. Toodaloo.
Hey, Abbott, you know I really outsmarted that guy?
How did you outsmart him?
I gave him a $500 deposit, and I ain't going to show up with the balance.
For Camel fans tonight, lovely Connie Haynes sings The Sunny Side of the Street.
Ready coat and get your hat. Leave your worries on the doorstep. Just direct your feet to the sunny side of the street. Can't you hear a pitter-pat? And that happy tune is your step. Life could be so sweet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with those blues on parade, but I'm not afraid. This rover crossed over. If I never have a cent, I'll be rich as Rockefeller. Gold dust at my feet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with those blues on parade, but I'm not afraid. This rover, yeah, I crossed over. If I never have a cent, I'll be rich as Rockefeller. Gold dust at my feet on the sunny side of the street.
Compare used to be one of my favorite words. I'd stand up here and ask you to compare Camels with other cigarettes. The mildness, the mellowness, the rich, full flavor. Well, some of you did and some of you didn't. But a lot of people lately have been having to compare Camels with other cigarettes, whether they wanted to or not, what with this shortage. And as someone said the other day, I've been smoking Camels for years, but I've just really found out what an incomparably swell cigarette it is. I've tried a lot of brands, but it's Camels for me every time, whenever I can get them. And whenever you do get Camels, they are still getting Camels. No green, insufficiently cured tobaccos, but the costlier tobaccos, properly aged and cured, and blended in the traditional Camel way. So be sure to keep on asking for Camels every time you buy cigarettes. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. War or peace, Camels are still Camels.
Well, Costello, how do you like this bunch of airmen here at Davis Mountain Air Base?
Abbott, they're wonderful.
I
They're
thought
so
you said
polite.
Mm-hmm.
I walked all through the camp with Connie Haynes and not one guy whistling at her.
I don't believe that.
Well, you can ask Colonel Northstein. He was with us.
Oh. I thought so.
And another thing, Abbott, these guys don't pay no attention to the 12 o'clock curfew. They break it all the time.
They do?
Yeah. Curfew or no curfew, they go to bed at 10 o'clock.
Right. found that out, too, eh?
Yeah, and I also found out why they called those guys buck privates.
You did?
Yep. I was out with 5 of them last night. There wasn't a buck between them.
Yes, certainly learning a lot about the Army. Tell me, do you know what the highest rank is?
Yeah, private, first class.
PFC is not the highest rank.
Well, it's as high as you can go and still have friends.
About talk sense, Costello. By the way, didn't your girlfriend, Ruby Poolcue, join some branch of the service?
Yeah, but Ruby is a sailor.
I think you mean she's away.
No, Ruby's a sailor. She's on a boat.
Costello, that's impossible. They don't allow women on those boats. Suppose somebody should find out.
Who's going to tell?
Costello, you're a dope.
I'm a dope?
Yes.
Hey, Abbott, why don't your wife go in the Army?
What would my wife do in the Army?
She could teach the commandos to fight dirty.
Never mind that. Who was that girl I saw you with in Phoenix yesterday?
That was Tessie Tinfoil, telephone operator at the hotel. I had a date with her.
Tessie Tinfoil? That dizzy blonde? She isn't all there.
There's enough of her there to have a date with.
Where did you take her?
Where did I take her? I took her over here to the Davis Mountain Air Base. And 2 rear gunners took a shot at Tessie.
How did that happen?
Well, she's got so many circles under her eyes, they thought she was a target.
Pardon me, sir. May I use your microphone to send a message?
Go right ahead, Lieutenant. Go ahead.
Calling Mrs. Wilbur Fuzz. Mrs. Fuzz, your husband, Private Fuzz, had a very restful night. He slept like a baby. That is all.
Hey, who is Private Fuzz?
He's our 9th century.
You know we was doing good up till then?
Yeah, Look, never mind him. Costello, how do you like this air base? All kidding aside.
I think it's okay. Really wonderful. But one of the GIs told me it would be much better if they'd cut out all that working and drilling between meals.
Costello, suppose they should accept you in this outfit. Which front would you like to do your fighting on?
Florida.
But there's no fighting in Florida.
You're telling me.
It wouldn't hurt you to go into training. You'd lose a lot of weight on your basic.
I'll bet my stomach would get thinner, too.
I
know one thing, Abbott. I'd like the Air Force.
You would?
I can just close my eyes, and I could picture my first day in camp.
Sorry, Private Costello, I didn't realize.
Oh, so it's you, eh, Sergeant?
Yes, I know it's kind of early, but if you don't mind, the Colonel wants to know if he could have a word with you.
Oh, the Colonel. I got other things to do. Okay, send the Colonel in.
Private Costello.
At ease, Colonel.
I want you to report to hangar number 1. We need a man to change his engine.
Hey, you giving orders to me?
Yes. Who are you? Of course. Don't forget, I'm a colonel.
How much money do you make?
$500 a month.
Well, look, kid, you got a good job. Now, don't louse it up.
Private Costello. Private, I think the Colonel is mad at you. Now, I'll tell you what let's do. You carry this bomb sight over to headquarters so I can tell him you worked hard today. Maybe he'll forgive you.
You want me to carry the bomb sight, eh? Okay, Sergeant, give me the bomb sight.
Now, be careful with it, Private Costello. It costs $10,000.
Oops, I dropped it.
Oh, Butterfingers.
Watch your language, Sergeant. I don't like it now. There may be an NP in the joint.
Oh, now, Private, shame on you.
Quiet!
Surprised at you.
Shut up! Shut up! Talk to me in a civilian tongue.
I'm sorry, but this may cost you your chance for promotion, Private Costello. You may never get to be a corporal.
I don't want the job anyway. Too much responsibility. Besides my cousin Hugo, he started in the Army as a corporal.
Oh, that's impossible. How could he start as a corporal?
Well, Hugo was born with 2 stripes on him. Now, blow out of here, Sergeant. Get out, I'm busy. Go on, scat.
Good
I said get out. Hello, come in.
Morning.
And who are you?
I'm the Colonel's daughter.
What a spot for a traveling salesman. Well, I'm pleased to meet you. How's your old man?
Why, he's just fine. He was so excited when he found out you all was assigned here. He just loves comical fellas.
Well, I'm glad to hear the Colonel likes me. And you're a pretty sweet kid yourself. Tell your old man I'll put in a good word for him with the draft board. I just got an offer from the Navy, you know. I'll take him along with me.
Private Costello. And Daddy says to tell you that if you all live through the basic training, he's going to see to it personally that you all get right into the thick of the fighting right away.
Kid, he don't have to do that. I mean, that... Wait a minute. Where do you think he'll send me?
I don't know exactly, but he did mention Tokyo.
Tokyo? Are you kidding? I'm liable to get hurt over there. They're double crosses. They're using real bullets.
Oh, you don't have to worry, Private Costello. Daddy says the minute you land in Japan, he's going to declare you an open city.
Oh, thanks, honey child, thanks. You know, I know... Wait a minute. Listen, them chaps don't live up to no rules of war. They don't recognize no open city. I'm liable to be bombed.
That's what Daddy thinks, too. Goodbye.
Hey, you. Hey, aren't you Private Costello?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, I'm an MP, and you haven't reported for duty in 15 days.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Oh, nothing. We just missed you, that's all.
All right, come on. Come on, Costello. Wake up.
What's the matter, Abbott?
Costello, come here.
What?
Your blood test just came back. You've been turned down again.
By the Air Force?
No, by the Red Cross. They sent your blood back with this note. Here, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Dear Mr. Costello, we are returning your blood. We need plasma, not asthma. Get me out of here!
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Platoon Sergeant Ernest I. Thomas of Tallahassee, Florida, and the United States Marines. Sergeant Thomas took over the command of his platoon when the commanding officer was wounded and was the first American to plant the Stars and Stripes on top of Mount Sunibachi on Iwo Jima. In your honor, Sergeant Thomas, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week. Are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are fighting, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy also to Central and South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Monday to Bob Hawk in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, they certainly have been nice to us down here at Davis Monthon Field. And I want to thank Colonel Nothstein and Special Service and Public Relations staff.
Yes, and Abbott, I got some good news for all the guys.
Yeah?
The war's going to be over in 2 weeks.
Oh, Costello, how do you know the war's going to be over in 2 weeks?
Because my Uncle Artie Stebbins joined the Air Force this morning, and he never held a job over 2 weeks in his life.
Oh, good night, folks. Good night.
Good night, Nick.
Yes, folks, be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
This is Nightline, the line that's open at the right place at the right moment, and this is Walter O'Keefe. Good evening, and here's our first Nightline call tonight from Hollywood. Groucho Marx and You Bet Your Life. Hey, George, you tell us, what is tonight's secret word?
The secret word tonight is face. F-A-C-E.
He can spell, too, huh?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho meets our first contestants in just 1 minute.
Forgive my heart, my foolish heart. It won't believe we're through.
Folks, this is Nat King Cole. Let's face it, it's one thing to be foolish about your heart when it concerns your romance, but it's quite another thing to be foolish about your heart when it concerns your life. The smart way, of course, is to do all you can to help protect your heart and the hearts of your loved ones from heart disease, our number one health enemy. You can do it by helping to support medical science in its efforts to find the causes of heart disease and its cures. Help turn the tables on heart disease by giving now, and giving generously to your local heart association or to Heart, care of your post office.
And here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100. George, who's first?
Well, Groucho, Irene Schlunecker is waiting to speak to you now, and her partner is a special guest, one whom I think you'll find quite surprising, Mr. Truman Tomlin. So, folks, you can please and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Truman Schlunecker and Irene Truman. Now, which one? Your name is Schlunecker?
No, sir.
Your name is Schlunecker?
My name is Schlunecker.
There isn't anybody named Schlunecker, and you know it.
Me.
Sind Sie verheiratet?
Mm-hmm.
To whom?
Conrad Schlunecker.
Now, what was your maiden name?
Spear.
And you let go of a name like that to trade it for a Schlunecker? You're a brave woman, Irene. Huh? And you're Truman Schlunecker, huh?
No, sir.
You're Truman Tomlin, Tomlin, huh?
Yes, sir.
Truman and Schlunecker, huh? Sounds like the Democratic ticket in 1948. What sort of work do you do, Truman?
For the past 10 years, Groucho, I've been in the oil business. Out here in Los Angeles, I have an office in Beverly Hills.
Oh, well, there's a lot of oil in L.A., and most of it comes from the city council. Well, have you always been in this crooked business?
Well, no, sir. I was in show business, Groucho, for
Oh, you were in
years.
another crooked business.
Yes, sir.
You've led a pretty shady life, haven't you?
I was a singer and wrote several songs.
A songwriter?
Yes, sir.
Truman Tomlin. Oh. Now, just a moment. Are you Pinky Tomlin?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Well, snap my suspenders. I thought you were Carmen Lombardo. Truman, I remember you very well. You were the Georgia Gibbs of the 1930s. What was that song you were always singing? Who's Your Little Hooses or something?
No,
Didn't you write that?
Well, no, I think the one you might be thinking about was The Object of My Affection.
Well, yeah, sure. Object of my affections. I remember that. Do you remember that song, Eileen?
Heavens, yes. You couldn't turn on a radio in the 30s without hearing that.
Why don't you sing it, Pinky?
I'd like to. Thank you.
Do you have any particular key that you'd like to sing it in?
I prefer one, yes, sir. I'd like the key of G, please.
Key of G? Would
yes,
you
sir.
like some oil on the key?
That'd help a little. D7s, George, or something like
Give him a D7, huh? Sing it,
good, Truman. I'll try, sir. Oh, the object of my affection can change my complexion from white to rosy red. Oh, anytime she holds my hand and tells me that she's mine, baby, all mine. There are many girls who can throw me, some who can fill me with dreams of happiness. Oh, but I know I'll never rest until she says she's mine. Oh, now I'm not afraid that she'll leave me, 'cause she's not the kind who'll be unfair. But instead I trust her implicitly. She can go where she wants to go, do what she wants to do, I sure don't care. The object of my affection can change my complexion from white to a rosy red. Oh, anytime she holds my hand and tells me that she's mine.
That song is as good today as it was 25 years ago, and it's a vast improvement over the many songs that you hear now.
Bless you. I appreciate it.
Well, you're both a couple of charmers, and I'm sure you'll get married later on this evening. I've enjoyed talking to you, Pinky. You wrote some real good songs, and I think you should write more. We need more of those.
Thank you.
Now let's play You Bet Your Life.
You selected plants, animals, and birds. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000.
Now, all spiders have the same number of legs. How many do they have?
6.
Very close. It's 8.
Well, that
good
wipes out the 3. You now have 1 wrong.
Now, what kind of fruit is a Rome beauty?
An apple.
I was going to say Lola Lalabrigida. An apple is right, eh?
Well, you're on the right track again. You have 1 right.
What is the proper word for a group of fish?
School.
A school is right, yeah.
You now have 2 right.
What are wrens, thrushes, and finches?
They're birds.
I thought that was a law firm, huh?
No.
That's right.
You now have 3 right. Get the next one right, and the $1,000 is yours.
What do you call a flower that blooms and dies in one season? In other words, it requires replanting each year.
An annual?
Annual is right.
You got 4 in a row, you win $1,000.
Now you've won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back at the end of the show and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. So go over and sit down and think about it. No matter what you decide to do, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
Are you under 40?
Lots of people are.
Feeling fine and healthy?
Don't press your luck too far. Don't press your luck. Get polio protected. Get your shots now. Don't wait till it's too late. It takes 8 months for shots to be effective. Don't press your luck. Be smart and play it safe.
When polio strikes young adults, it strikes the hardest. So whatever you do, don't press your luck. Make sure everyone in your family is protected. How? By starting on your 3 shots now. Your doctor or the local health authorities will give you all the information. Don't press your luck. Get your polio shots now.
Don't press your luck. Get polio protected.
Groucho, we have Nancy Oots and Frank Sampson on deck. So, Fortuneman, please and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you will always have with you. Nancy Oots, eh? Where did you get a name like Oots?
Well, we traced it back, and it's a German name. We traced it back 6 or 7 generations.
Was your father a Quaker? Perhaps it was Quaker roots. Well, I certainly can't continue to call you Miss Oots. Shall I just call you Nancy?
Now, why don't you call me by my nickname, Tootsie?
Oh. How would it be if I call you in the morning? Huh? Tootsie Ootsy, is that it?
Yeah, Tootsie Oots. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a most unusual name, even for this show. Let's see, you're Frank Oots, is that your name?
No, I'm Frank Sampson.
Frank Sampson?
Yes.
Well, that name fits you. You look strong and hale and hearty. Are you an ex-football player?
No, I'm a tree surgeon, Groucho.
Oh.
The Sampson Tree Service in Beverly Hills.
What kind of service do you give the trees? Do you check the tires on the rubber tree, for instance?
Well, no, ours is kind of a shady business, and I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. And we do everything from trimming trunks to pruning limbs on nice saplings.
Oh. Now, how did I get into this? I suppose you live out of a trunk and you have little branches all over Southern California.
Well, no, we have a sprouting business, but my bill collectors seem to have me out on the limb, and there's a lot of fallout in this organization.
You know, you keep this up and somebody's going to hang you from one of your patients. I thought we'd never get out of the woods. Do you have a job, Tootsie?
Yeah, I'm a stewardess for United Airlines.
You're a steward with United Airlines. I thought they only allowed 2 drinks to a passenger.
That's right. Well, I'm a stewardess.
Oh, you're a
Yeah.
steward. I don't hear very
You
well.
don't.
You see, my collar is too tight. You know, if you were actually a stewardess in an airline, as soon as you walked out here, you'd have put a pillow under my head, shoved a plate of baked chicken on my lap, and said, sorry, we'd be 3 hours late getting into Salt Lake City.
No, I wouldn't have done that.
You wouldn't?
Because I don't fly to Salt Lake City.
Tootsie, are you for Hirat?
Sir?
Well, let me rephrase that.
Yeah, you do that.
Are you hooked?
No, sir.
You're not married?
No,
You
sir.
ought to be ashamed of yourself, an attractive girl like you. Are you engaged?
No, sir.
Well, how is it you happen to snag one of your handsome, wealthy passengers?
Well, United doesn't employ married girls.
They don't employ married
No.
girls? Well, how come?
Well, a lot of...
Well, why do they call it United? That's not the American way. Why don't they employ married girls?
Well, most of the airlines have this rule.
Oh, well, that's ridiculous. If all employees adopted that attitude, the human race would disappear in 50 years. Which at present it's going to do in 25. Now, what's the reason for this old-fashioned and selfish attitude?
Well, they figure that if you're married and you have to stay over in Denver somewhere, that you'll be concerned about your husband. See?
Why should an airline stewardess worry more than any other wife?
Well, other wives are home, you see, when their husbands come in.
Mm-hmm. That's what you think, eh? Good many of them are still at the bingo table. Playing for frozen dinners. Samson, does your wife worry when you're up there on a plane with a pretty stewardess like Tootsie?
Well, I'm not married, Groucho.
You're not married? Well, hot diggity dog. Here we go. You say you're not married? What kind of a girl are you after?
Well, a nice feminine type.
Feminine. Well, they're the best kind, the feminine. Tootsie, would you say that you're the feminine type? For example, do you like to cook?
Yeah, I don't cook too well, though. I cook grits real well.
Grits?
Yeah. Well, grits are real good.
Grits are good?
Yeah, especially in the morning with ham gravy on them, you know, for breakfast. I know you Westerners never have heard of that.
Listen, anything is good with ham gravy on it. Even an old shoe. Well, you're a nice couple, and my guess is that you'll be married in very short order. You'll hate each other, but you're going to get married anyhow. Well, anyhow, let's see how you work together as a team. Now, you have chosen locations of famous landmarks. You ought to be good at this because you're always traveling around.
Hey, George.
You know Mr. Fenneman?
Yeah, I met him.
You like him?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Would you like to slip him some grits?
You think you'd like one?
I've never had one, I don't think.
Oh, you have one?
No.
Oh, well,
You She said if you supply the ham, and you've got plenty of that, she'll supply the grits. All right. I'm going to ask you some questions. If you miss two in a row, you're kaput. You know what that means?
Yeah, I know. We're out. Uh-huh.
Yeah. If you get four in a row right, you win $1,000. Now, remember your partner, so don't answer before you...
I'm going to talk to him first.
Yeah. He's going to talk to you last, too. Now, in what city do you find Trafalgar Square? Talk it over.
How about Denmark, Doctor?
Oh, I think Denmark is very nice, but obviously that's not the right answer, though. It's London, England.
We have one wrong now. If you get the next one wrong, you're out of the game.
Now, in what city do you find the Arc de Triomphe or Triumph?
In Paris.
That's right. Yeah.
Now you're going. You have one right.
Used to be in Denmark and moved. All right. Now, in what country would you find Monte Carlo, the Monte Carlo Resort? In what country? Now, that's been in the news a lot.
France?
No, I'm sorry. It's Monaco. They moved it from Denmark.
You now have one wrong.
Yeah.
Get the next one wrong and you're out of the game.
Okay. Now, in what country would you find the Kiel Canal? Kiel. We've got one wrong. Yes.
Shall we try Finland? Finland, Roger.
No, it's Germany.
Germany.
Well, you missed two in a row, and I don't think there was much chance of you getting four in a row right. So, I think it's just as well that you leave now. We don't want you to go away broke because we like you personally. But you're real cute, and I hope you two do get married. And you could be up in the tree together. Yeah. I'm going to ask you one question for $100. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Now, this is something different than what we normally do. Now, listen very carefully. I'm going to read your mind. Are you ready? Now, take a number. Don't tell me what it is. Take a number from... You could do it any number, but take a number from 1 to 10, just for convenience.
Okay.
All right, now double it.
Okay.
Now, add 8. I thought that would throw him. Now, divide it by 2, the total that you have. All right? Now, subtract the original number that you started with.
Okay.
Your answer is 4. Is that right?
How did you know?
Isn't that right? You walked 4. Huh?
That's very good.
Well, all right. Now, you win $100. Give him the money.
Oh,
Me.
is that right?
Give him the money.
Thank you.
Thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
We'll find out if our first couple will try for $10,000 in just a moment.
Music and fun.
So your housewives won't be glum.
In your kitchen.
Going shopping in your car.
Just turn the dial.
And there we are. Dorothy,
Skitch, and me. We're the NBC Bandstand 3. Dorothy Olson.
I sing pop songs and songs with a folk tune ring.
Skitch. Henderson is my name, and I lead the Band of Stars. That's my game. And me. I'm Bert Parks, and I'm MC. So tune us in wherever you are, in your home or in your car. We'll make your morning chores a breeze. Just tune us in. We aim to please. Enjoy 90 minutes of music and fun live on NBC Bandstand, weekday mornings over most of these stations. With music and fun.
So your housewives won't be glum.
In your kitchen.
Going shopping in your car.
Just turn the dial. And there we are.
Dorothy,
Skitch, and me.
Mr. Penniman, who wants to get a crack at the money?
Well, Irene Schlunegger and Pinky Tomlin are all set to try, and here they are.
You won $1,000. Now, if you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. What are you going to do?
We're going to take
You're going to go ahead, huh?
Yes, sir.
Pick a number from 1 to 10 and spin the wheel. If any number besides the one you pick comes up, the question is worth $2,000. If your number comes up, the question is worth 10. Now, what number do you want? Have you chosen a number?
5.
Is that all right with
Yes,
you?
sir, that's
Well,
fine.
give it a turn.
Give it a good hard twist.
Well, you picked 5 and it came 2, so this question is worth $2,000. Let's see how well you read your newspaper. For $2,000, tell me who succeeded Charles Wilson as Secretary of Defense in 1957. This is fairly recent. Answer? Take a guess.
McLean.
Well, you're close with McLean. It's McElroy. Neil H. McElroy. Well, I'm sorry you missed it, but so you wind up with $500 together. It isn't too bad. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Sorry you didn't win more.
Thank you, sir.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
The popular American basso Giorgio Tozzi appears as guest soloist on the telephone hour tonight over most of these NBC stations.
Well, sir, it's a few minutes past 12 o'clock as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mrs. Victor Gook and her son, Mr. Rush Gook. Since our friends aren't in the kitchen partaking of their noonday meal, it's our immediate inference that the meat's not done. And that's exactly the case. Listen.
Both you and your father expressly asked for beef punkles. Beef punkles require ages and ages to get tender, so don't complain about the delay.
Okay. Gov is the boy that'll complain. He'll say, Sadie, you may pack your valise.
Yeah. Sadie, you may pack your valise and quit the premises.
I've warned you that the next time I come home and found the meat not done, I'd marry some other woman.
Delivery boy's fault I never got my beef punkles on the stove earlier. Never showed up till almost 10 o'clock. I'm astonished Mr. Croucher keeps him. He's a smart alecky kid, too. This morning he answered me back flip when I inquired.
Now. Hi.
Hey. Sadie, you may pack your valise.
My kitchenware dealer's quarterly come?
Golly, I never looked to see if there was any mail.
I'll go.
Kiddo, did my magazine come?
Oh, I don't know. Willie's going to the mailbox.
It's there, Don. I can see it through the window.
I must have been busy this morning. I never forget to bring in the mail.
I saw Steve Chesbutter downtown. They told me they made a horrible mistake.
Who?
The editors of the Kitchenware Dealers Quarterly.
What'd they do?
Oh, printed some half-wit's picture and labeled it Victor R. Gooker, plan number 14.
Really?
Well, that's what Steve claimed.
Hmm.
It was true that doggone magazine editors are careless slobs.
Shall I go pack my valise?
Huh?
The meat's not done. Shall I go pack my valise?
Hurry up with that, George.
I'm glancing at the jokes.
Well, get a move on. I knew they were going to print my picture in this issue, and I've been waiting for it. Doggone it, if what Steve says is correct, Okay.
Here's a pretty funny joke. An Irishman was riding on horseback and got his foot caught in the stirrup. Be Javers, he says. Ye spell P.
Hand that over here.
Your father never kicked a bit about the meat not being done.
Maybe you got him tamed.
Page 86, Steve says my picture's on.
An Irishman was riding on horseback and he got his foot caught in the stirrup. Bejeebers, ye spalpeen, he says.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Let's see.
Oh, lace spout.
Well, let's see.
Talk about sloppiness. Them dimwit magazine editors must be asleep.
This supposed to be you?
Don't it say Victor Arguk underneath?
Yeah, Victor Arguk, Plant 14.
Let me see.
Bald-headed fella in a striped swimming suit.
Get a letter for me that sings their eyebrows off.
This fella's got garters on, but no socks or shoes.
Oh, my.
I could sue the crooks for this. Read that whole business underneath there, Rush.
Here you see pictured Victor Arguk, capable chief accountant at plant number 14. Mr. Gook is shown at his home in Gravelman, South Carolina, all ready to enjoy a dip in the Pacific Ocean.
Was that all?
Yeah.
I was supposed to publish a biographical sketch. A long biographical sketch. What do they do? Publish a picture of some other slob and print one little sick sentence.
And that one little sick sentence is completely wrong. You don't live in Gravelman, South Carolina.
Oh, don't I?
It's news to me if you do.
Let me see that outrage again.
Yeah.
I ought to go up to Chicago and grab that editor and knock his head together.
Maybe there's another fellow with the name Victor Arguk.
Yeah.
At plant number 14, there's another fellow with the name Victor Arguk. Funny, I'm not acquainted with him. I spend all my time at plant number 14. You think I'd have bumped into this other Victor Arguk that works at plant number 14? Look at this ape. Striped swimming suit and idiotic grin on his face.
Notice his garters?
Garters and no shoes and socks.
I've been counting on my picture and biographical sketch in this kitchenware dealers quarterly and looking forward to it. I plan on ordering a dozen copies and send them around to friends. And then this mess. Here you see picture Victor Arguk, capable chief accountant at plant number 14. Mr. Gook is shown at his home in Gravelman, South Carolina, all ready to enjoy a dip in the Pacific Ocean.
Hey, another mistake. South Carolina ain't on the Pacific Ocean. South Carolina's on the Atlantic Ocean.
Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy.
Well, maybe the fellow's just visiting in the neighborhood of the Pacific Ocean. He lives in the Atlantic Ocean, but he happens to be visiting.
No, because it says he's at his home. Mr. Gook is shown at his home in Gravelman, South Carolina. Mr. Gook is shown at his home in Gravelman, South Carolina, all ready to enjoy a dip in the Pacific Ocean.
Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy.
By George, Victor Arguk would have to make a high dive all the way across the United States if he plunged into the Pacific Ocean from South Carolina.
Stuff like this makes a guy sore, Sade.
That's too bad.
I plan to send clippings to Bess and Walter, the Dixon outfit, Robert and Laura Steen, and Y.Y. Flirch, and half a dozen other guys.
Wonder who'd be calling at the noon hour.
Smelly Clark, maybe.
Answer.
I'd like to know who this slob in the swimming suit is.
Victor Arguk from Plant 14.
I ought to go murder somebody in Chicago.
Hello? Yes, I believe he is. 1 second. Sounds like Mr. Kneesuffer guy.
Gonna wisecrack about this magazine mess.
Wonder why this fella never took his garters off.
Maybe it's fashionable to leave mine in Gravelman, South Carolina. When people in Gravelman, South Carolina feel like a dip in the Pacific Ocean.
Okay, let's have it quiet. Hello? Oh, yes, Ike. I'm looking at it now. Holy smoke, did you ever hear of anything so stupid? Where did I get the striped swimming suit? Well, it don't strike me, humorous Ike. Strikes me the rottenest piece of half-wit carelessness I have... Huh? What am I liable to do, Ike? Is to take off my garters and wrap them around your neck.
Ike made a remark about this guy's garters.
Okay, Ike. Have a hearty belly laugh for yourself. Go ahead. Okay, laugh yourself sick. I'm going to hang up, though. Okay. So long. The big ox.
Ike?
Yes.
Oh, it's too bad. Tess and Walter would have got a big thrill out of your picture in the magazine.
This man resembles you a little.
He does, at that. Something about the mouth and chin.
Well, maybe it is me. Of course, he's bald-headed, and I'm not. He's got ears that flop over sideways, and I haven't. He's got a striped swimming suit, and I never owned one. Well, it's probably me. Come to think of it, I live in Gravelman, South Carolina.
Oh, it's too bad.
Smelly Clark's Uncle Strap once had an experience where he...
Another feeling in a mood for a little horseplay. Well, I'll answer that right.
Okay.
He'll probably have to put up with a lot of joshing.
I'm liable to break somebody's skull. Hello? Oh, yes. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Garters and no socks and shoes. Yeah.
Must be Mr. Rubush.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very funny. Yes, indeed. Oh, is it? I see. Well, okay, Mr. Rubush. Okay. Bye. He's hanging on to his sides.
It's too bad.
Gave me some information anyway. You recognize this baboon?
Oh, really? Who is it?
Chalmers S. Phoebe.
Chief accountant like you?
No. Head of the boxing department at plant number 8, Shackleville, Oregon.
Another mistake, then. Says here he lives in South Carolina.
Them magazine editors ought to be kicked in the snoot.
Oh, it's too bad.
Them big crocs.
Mr. Rubish never explained why the fella left his garters on, did he? I bet he...
Okay, I'll get that.
Goes in for plenty of this stuff.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello, Turpin. My autograph? Want me to autograph my picture in the kitchenware, dearest? Well, you're very funny, Turpin. You're very, very funny, Turpin. Turpin. Look, Turpin, I'm busy right at the moment. Suppose you call me back sometime next month. Okay, Turpin.
Sam Turpin?
Yes. Look at this high-neck, striped swimming suit. Garters and no socks and shoes. Here you see pictured Victor R. Gook, capable chief accountant at plant number 14. Mr. Gook is showing at his home in Grovelman, South Carolina, all ready to enjoy a dip in the Pacific Ocean.
It's too bad.
Doggone that doggone luck.
Mom, you suppose the meat's done?
Vic.
Doggone that doggone luck.
Vic.
What?
Let's go eat our dinner.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
It's Duffy's Tavern, brought to you transcribed by the National Broadcasting Company, with Charlie Cantor as Finnegan, Hazel Sherman as Miss Duffy, Pat Spichon at the piano, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Everybody. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. What you doing? Printing labels marked "Do not open till Christmas"? What for? You gonna stick them across Mrs. Duffy's mouth? Well, what's your fat frau shooting off a kisser about now? She's mad because you missed your dinner. How'd you miss it? You ducked when she threw it at you. Well, it sounds like a merry Yule tied out your way. Huh? What are we doing about Christmas? Well, you know, the usual, Duffy. We put a magnifying glass on the bar. Yeah, so that when the mice run by, they look like reindeers. Yeah, we're full of Christmas spirits. We even hung a special notice on the wall. It says, "If you must drink on Christmas Eve, be sure to drive your car." Signed, Cavendish the Undertaker. Yeah, what a businessman, that Cavendish. He just announced that each customer that's brought in during the holiday season will be wrapped as a gift. Which reminds me, Duffy, Slippery McGuire's coming down here tonight. Huh? You still sore because he sold you that vanishing cream for Mrs. Duffy? But, Duffy, he didn't guarantee to make her vanish permanently. Look, Duffy, I deny that Slippery is a crook. He's my pal, and I'll brook no further in his behalf. Good day, sir. Hey, Pats, you know, Slippery McGuire is coming down here tonight, so leave us lay out the welcome mat for him, huh? We can't do it. Why not?
He swiped it the last time he was here.
Look, that Slip has reformed.
Again?
A leopard can change his spots, can't he?
If he does, it'll be for stripes.
That's you're a stubborn man. Leave me quote you what Slip says in his letter. And I quote, Dear friend Arch, I'm going to let you in on a very important scientific experiment. It is so secret, I can't even hint at it in this letter, except that it involves Oak Ridge and the atom bomb. Signed, Slip. Hey, Vance, I got a feeling that this is top drawer.
And I got a feeling that you're going to lose yours.
I don't get your point, Vance.
Mr. Archer, have you forgot the phony invention Mr. McGuire has rooked you with?
Like to wit?
To wit, that sea diving outfit. That fast-sinking one.
Well, you got to admit it was a clever diver's suit, Vance, made out of solid lead. The first diver that tried it, it got him down 20,000 feet, all the way to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, but it didn't get him back to the top.
Well, no invention is perfect. But one thing about Slip, you know, he never done them things just for himself. He was always trying to do some good. For example, Mother's Day had come along. Slip, sweet guy that he is, he'd get sentimental and steal $10 just to bail out his old lady.
A very tender touch.
Yep, and now me and Slip is going to work together, delving into the mysteries of anatomical physics. And what that means, Bats, have you ever considered the intrinsic potentialities of the atom?
No. Tell me about it, Daddy.
Well, you see, these atoms are so small, you can get a dozen of them on a pinhead.
What?
Oh, look, Finnegan, hey, you're all dressed up like Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That dirty department store. They told me I was your floor walker.
Well, you're wearing a red suit, red cap, white whiskers.
Oh, I am?
Yeah.
Funny how you never notice them things till somebody points them out. Well, as long as I've gone this far, I guess I might as well be Santa Claus.
Good. You picked a nice season for it.
Oh, thank you. You know, it'll be kind of fun, you know. I'll let the kids sit on me lap, and then they'll tell me what they want for Christmas, and I'll write it down.
But, Finnegan, you don't know how to write.
So what? The kids don't know how to read. Besides, I don't always have to write. I can draw.
I don't get it.
Well, it's age of yours. If a kid wants a boat, I draw a cycle.
Uh-huh.
If a kid wants a bicycle, I draw a cycle.
Well, how can you tell the difference?
Arch, if you don't know the difference between a boat and a bicycle, you better walk.
When you stop annoying me with your trifling thinking, I got bigger things on my mind.
Like what?
Like splitting the atom.
Arch, that was a big mistake. They never should have done it. Look what happened in the Garden of Eden.
What?
They split an atom and look what came out of it. Dames.
Dames?
Yeah.
Look, Finnegan, as your nearest and dearest friend, may I make an illuminating comment?
Certainly, Arch. What is it?
You're stupid.
Not so loud. That's just between you and me.
Finnegan, look, what I was talking about was not the A-D-A-M. I was talking about the atom. A-T-A-M. You know, I can't understand a guy like you. Big things is happening in the world. The atom is being split up. Inflation is setting in, but it don't mean nothing to you, does it?
No.
Do you know what communism is? Do you know who Ching Chang Chek is? Do you know that if Eastern Germany joins up with Western Germany, somebody's liable to get kicked in the Ruhr? You see what I mean? You don't know from nothing.
Oh, yeah? Did you know that Tessie Mumler fell down a manhole?
Well, no, I didn't.
Touche. Don't be telling me what's an atom.
Arch,
Archie, what's this about Slippery McGuire coming down here tonight?
What about it?
Oh, well, just make sure you don't take any of Papa's money for this crazy idea.
Are you inferring a nice wipe dough from your old man?
I am only inferring that every time I reach into the cash register, I find myself shaking hands with you.
Oh, yeah? Duffy, if I've ever so much as stole one single solitary buck from your old man, may the ceiling cave in on us all. Fats, where are you going?
To get a steel helmet.
Come back, you coward, and play the piano. I'll hold this tray over your head just in case.
It's only a paper moon sailing over a cardboard sea, but it wouldn't be make-believe. You believed in me. It's only a canvas sky painted over a muslin tree, but it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade. Without your love, it's a melody played in a penny arcade. It's a Bonham and Bailey world, just as holy as it can be. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. It's only a paper moon sailing over a cardboard sea. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. It's only a canvas sky painted over a muslin tree, but it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade. Without your love, it's a melody played in a penny arcade. It's a Bonham and Bailey world, just as holy as it can be, but it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me.
Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy.
I think Slippery McGuire's here.
How do you know?
I just heard one pretzel say to another, and you think you're crooked.
Duffy, cut out the corny jokes.
Archie, my old pal.
Slip, my old buddy.
My old schoolmate. You got my letter, didn't you?
Yeah, I got your letter, but Slip, tell me, why so mysterioso?
Oh, look, Arch, you certainly heard about him splitting the atom in half.
Well, sure.
I got both halves right here in this box.
No.
Yeah?
But Slip, what are you going to do with a split atom?
Arch, it's obvious. I'm going to piece it together again.
It's amazing, but that's a big job, Slip. What do you get out of it?
Arch, where's your imagination? They worked on the atom for years. Spent $2 billion on it. What happened? The doggone thing split.
I'm beginning to see light.
Why, certainly. So if they spent $2 billion to split it, what do you think they'll pay to have it put back together again?
Yeah. It's fantastical. It'd be a fortune, but tell me, Slip, do you know anything about atoms?
Well, not personally, but I have hired one of the biggest scientific minds in the country to work with me on it.
Not Bernard McFadden.
Even bigger. Professor Samuel I. Snerd.
Smart guy, huh, Slip?
Smart. Arch, what do you think the I stands for?
The I? Slip, don't tell me it's Einstein.
Quiet. Please. In this business, we got to be careful about dropping names. Need I say more?
Mum's the word, Slip. But tell me, how do I enter into this picture? Financially?
Oh, Arch. Do you think for 1 minute that I'd be interested in you for your money?
No, it's just his deep blue eyes.
Quiet, Fats. How do I enter into the picture, Slip?
Well, Arch, you see, the professor and I are trying to find a secret hiding place to conduct our experiments.
Oh.
Some place sort of like the back room here at the Tavern.
Mm-hmm. Well, The way I feel is, if I can help one little iota in giving the posterity of this world a little surcease, the world shall not have been in vain.
Yes. Well, thanks, Arch. You know, I better get an okay from the higher-ups.
The higher-ups?
Please, no names.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, can I use the phone?
By all means.
Oh, thank you. Hello, operator. Let me have Washington, D.C., please. State Department. Arch, you don't know what this generous gesture of yours means to me.
Oh, it's nothing, Skip.
Hello, State Department. This is Slippery McGuire. Oh, hello, Charlie. Did you get those nylon stockings I sent you? Fine. Did your wife like them? Oh, good. Put the boss on, will you, Charlie? Hello. Dean?
Holy cat. Stentoninius himself.
How have you been, Dean? Well, that's good. Say, Dean, would you have any objection to us taking in another partner in this atomic bomb thing? Oh, yeah, well, wait a minute. I'll ask him. Arch, who's your favorite crooner?
Well, I like a lot of crooners.
Hello, Dean. He says he likes a lot of crooners. That's good enough for you, huh? Okay. Arch, you're in.
How much am I in for?
We'll come to that later.
I mean, am I a full partner?
Well, I'll do my best for you, Arch. Of course, I promised Dean we'd only split the atom 2 ways. But we'll see what we can do for you.
Well, thanks a lot, Slip.
Good evening, Mr. McGuire.
Well, Professor, just in time. I'd like you to meet a dear friend of mine, Archie.
Pleased to meet you, Archie. My, you have a lovely laboratory.
Well, I'll be happy to have you use it any time you feel so inclined.
It's too bad I didn't have such a nice, large place like this when I conducted my last experiment.
Your place was too small?
Yes. There was no room for my dynamo, and generator, and hydraulic compressor. But the big obstacle was that I didn't have room for my revolving turbine.
What was you working on, Professor?
Rainbow bubbles.
Rainbow bubbles? Look, what is this?
The professor's kidding, of course, Arch. You know what he's really been working on?
What?
TV in color.
TV in color? What a terrific idea. What colors does he have in mind, Slip?
Black and white.
Amos, good.
Don't let the word get around, Arch, or somebody will be stealing it.
Okay, Slip, mum's the word.
Well, Professor, I think it's about time for us to get to work.
Oh, goody!
Arch, one more thing. While we're working in the back room, you better start questioning the people around here. We can't be too careful, you know.
Gotcha, Slip.
I'll see you later, kid.
Now, let me see. Who's suspicious looking around here? Bats! Just a minute. Why are you playing that piano? That could be a secret code, you know. And now that I think of it, it comes to my mind that we know very little about your background.
Now, Mr. Archie.
Quick, have you ever tried to change our present form of government?
You mean like voting Republican?
Answer the question. You know what I'm talking about. Did you ever belong to any submersive activity? Furthermore, have you ever been in the pay or the employ and or otherwise of a foreign power? Answer, yes or no.
Yes.
I thought so. Which government?
Cuba.
The movement's spreading. And what was the nature of your submersive activities in Cuba?
I worked for the underground.
Doing what?
Smuggling rum into Coca-Cola.
Well, you're a cool one. Okay, you may step down now, but don't try and leave the country.
Say, I was just wondering.
You was just wondering. What's your name, stranger?
Clifton Finnegan.
Oh, ready with a pat answer, huh? I got a tricky one to deal with here. Tell me quick. Have you ever been to Moscow? Have you ever heard of vodka? Can you play a balalaika? How do you pronounce the word da? Look, Marshal Smirnoff. That accent don't fool me one bit. Take off that beard.
That's me Santa Claus beard.
Oh.
Hey, what's going on here, Archie?
Inspector Archie, if you don't mind. Tell me quick, madam. Was you ever known as the Beast of Belson?
Have you gone out of your mind?
I'm asking the questions here. Tell me, have you ever been in contact with our armed forces?
Not as often as I'd like.
That will be held against you.
Good.
Hey, Arch.
And you, sir, what's your name?
Slippery McGuire.
I see. Have you ever heard of Joseph Stalin?
No.
Well, that clears you. Now, what can I do for you, Slip?
Look, Arch, we have run into an impasse, and we need your brains.
Well, if me brains can help one little iota in giving the posterity of this world a little surcease, Slip, you're welcome to them. What's wrong?
Well, you know how this atom works, don't you?
Well, you know, I never stuck me nose into a cyclotron, but as I understand it, the basic elements is composed of protons, electrons, and croutons. Now, as I further understand it, all of these trons is held together and homogenized into a tube full of electrons, which are composed mostly of ingredients.
Arch, you put your finger right on our trouble.
I have?
That's what we're missing. An ingredient.
See, I told you. Tell me now, which ingredient is it?
Come here, Arch. This is top secret.
Mm-hmm.
We're missing factor X.
Factor X? You mean...
Yes. Glue.
Slip. Did you say glue?
Arch. Factor X.
Okay, Slip, but look, you got nothing to worry about. We got a bottle of Factor X right behind the bar. We use it on a free lunch instead of fly paper.
No, Arch, I'm afraid what we need is a special kind of Factor X. And I'm afraid it's going to cost a little money.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got any idea where you can raise the money?
Well, I suppose I could go to Washington, but they've already put $2 billion in it, and I hate to put the bite on them for another bottle.
Slip, just a minute. I wonder if this idea ever occurred to you.
What?
Does it have to be government money?
Not necessarily.
Could a private investor get in on it?
Well, I don't know. Who'd you have in mind?
Look, Slip, you know who I mean. What are me chances?
Look, Arch, I'd like to help you out, but what'll happen if the public finds out that we're old friends?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's forget it, Slip.
It's you and your winning ways.
Slip, you mean that I'm in?
Like Flynn. Now, how much you got to invest?
I got $4.
$4 even?
No, I've got a little change here. I got $4.15.
Let me consult my secret catalog. Oh, yes, here it is. Special secret factor X for vulcanizing atoms. Price $4.15 per quart.
Just a second, Slip. I found another 3 cents.
Plus sales tax.
Okay, Slip. Here's the money.
Arch, congratulations. Boy. I can picture that statue of you already.
What statue?
That statue of you. Sitting on a horse in Central Park, holding an atom in your right hand.
And holding the bag in your left.
Why, Fats, I'm busy here becoming immoral.
I'll see you later, Arch. I gotta scram now and dig up the glue.
Please, factor X.
Attaboy, I was just testing you. That's how careful we gotta be. Our enemies are very clever. Well, I'll see you later.
Okay. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Huh? Oh. Well, who would like to know whether we have a Samuel I. Snerd here? You're from Bellevue Hospital, huh? What ward? The insane ward, huh? Look, whoever you are, don't think you're dealing with children. There ain't no Professor Samuel I. Snerd here, and he ain't working on no atom in the back room, and besides, you got the wrong number.
Archie, maybe that was Bellevue Hospital.
What do you mean?
Well, that professor has some peculiar ideas.
For instance?
For instance, 10 minutes ago, I served him a ham on rye, and 5 minutes later, he asked me for another ham on rye.
Well, what's so peculiar about that?
Nothing. Only this time he wanted it in a glass, with a cherry on it.
Oh, no.
Archie.
What is it?
This drinking glass.
What about it?
Wherever did you get such a glass?
What's wrong with it?
Nothing. It's delicious.
Professor, have you always been a professor?
Oh, no. Just recently.
What was you before that?
I was a general in the French army.
When was this?
Well, let me see. I met Josephine in 1812.
The guy thinks he's Napoleon. Holy cat, the ambulance.
Oh, there you are, Professor. Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Now, come on. You and I are going for a nice ride.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Say good night to the nice gentleman.
Oh, good night, Archie. And if you ever come to France again, look me up. You'll find me buried on a little island off the coast.
And there goes one of the nicest pecans I ever met.
Holy cat, wait until Slip finds out that he's been dealing with a nut.
Yeah. And wait until he finds out the professor's crazy, too.
Yes, sir, Slip's heart will be broken. You know, he placed a lot of faith in that, Adam.
Hey, Arch, did I just see the professor leaving in an ambulance?
Yeah, and Slip, this is going to be a terrible blow to you, but that professor was nuts. A pure case of demented peacocks. They just sent the keeper from Bellevue.
The keeper? Arch, how can you be that stupid? You, the brilliant counter spy.
Huh?
Don't you know who that was?
Who?
That was no keeper. That was an undercover agent from the Kremlin. And you let him get away.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Slip.
Oh, man, you placed me in a terrible position with Washington.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry. Is there anything we can do about it?
Only one thing, Arch.
What?
I'll have to go to the Kremlin and bring him back.
But, Slip, I hate to put you to that trouble. Can't I go to the Kremlin?
Why, you haven't got the fare.
Well, have you?
Arch, how much is in that cash register?
Well, let me see. is $18.53. Will that be enough?
Well, if it ain't, maybe I can work fast and catch him in Hoboken. So long, Arch, and thanks on behalf of humanity.
Good luck, Slip. Bats.
What?
Ain't it amazing? Me, Archie, a kid from PS4, saving the United States of America. I wonder if there'd be a chance for me.
What do you mean?
Well, do you think Eisenhower will run?
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed by NBC.
Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, in The Life of Riley. Well, Father's Day will be here any minute. The day on which Chester A. Riley, like millions of other fathers, finally comes into his own. At the moment, neither Riley nor his wife are at home, and his children, Babs and Junior, are cooking up a surprise that dear Daddy will never forget.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Mendoza's clothing shop?
Oh, Mr. Mendoza, this is Babs Riley.
Yes?
My brother and I have decided to buy that blue serge suit we picked out for my father.
All right. Send your papa in and I'll alter the suit to fit him.
Oh, no, we can't do that. It's a surprise for Father's Day. Couldn't you alter it without him?
Well, has he got another suit?
Oh, yes.
All right, bring that suit over and I'll get his measurements from that.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mendoza. I'll be right over.
Well, what'd the tailor say?
We'll take him one of Dad's suits so he can get the exact measurements for the alteration.
Oh, that's a great gag. Come on, his old blue suit's here in the hall closet.
Oh, here it is on this hanger. I'll run it down to the tailor and get back before Daddy gets home.
Oh, boy, will Pop be knocked over when we hand him a new suit?
Oh, yeah, especially when he finds out we saved up for it out of our allowance. He'll be just crazy about it.
Yeah, maybe he'll be crazy enough to raise our allowance.
Hiya, Dumpling. The Lord Munster is home.
Hello, dear. Riley.
What's the matter?
Look at you. Riley, you were in a fight.
Yeah, with that bus driver again. He passed my stop and then he refused to back up 4 blocks to let me off.
Oh, well. Hang your coat up in the hall closet. I'll fix it later.
Okay. I can't give you anything but love. Hey, that's funny. Peg, did you see my blue suit?
It's hanging in the hall closet.
No, it ain't. There's only the pants here. The coat and vest are gone.
Well, they must be someplace. Look in the other closet.
Why are my clothes always being shoved around? We got a house with 5 closets. There's at least 100 hangers in them, and I haven't even got a nail I can call my own. No wonder married men leave home.
Now, Riley, I don't like that kind of talk.
Oh, Dumpling, I'm only kidding. Why, if I ever left home, I'd take you and the kids with me. I'm going to look for that coat and vest. I got an important business meeting at my lodge tonight, and I love to wear that suit when I shoot pool.
Well, here's my father's suit, Mr. Mendoza.
Fine. Where's the pants?
Well, they're in the hanger.
Oh, all you got here is the coat and vest.
Oh, gosh. The pants must have been on a separate hanger.
Yes. Well, I'll measure the coat and vest right now,
And you can take 'em home and bring me the pants.
All right.
Yeah, write down what I say.
Okay.
Sleeves, 32 and a half. Shoulders.
Hey, Babs, Pop's home. Get out of that closet.
But I forgot Daddy's pants.
Gee, didn't the tailor get the measurements yet?
Only the coat and vest. I put them back. Now I have to bring these pants over to him.
That's the fact, so let's face it. Here comes Pop. Let's beat it. Come on.
Come on, Ed. Don't slam the door.
I looked high, low, and medium, and I tell you the coat and vest is gone.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Where could they go to?
I don't know, but that was a high-class suit, and I'm sure the coat and vest didn't walk out of the house without the pants.
Then where are they?
I know. I should have thought of it before. A burglar.
A burglar?
Yeah.
Well, then why didn't he take the pants?
Maybe he's got pants. It must have been a burglar. I'm phoning the police.
Now, wait, Roddy. You can't be sure.
Of course I'm sure. This ain't just guesswork. This is real circumstantial evidence.
Police headquarters.
Hello, police. This is Chester A. Riley, 1313 Blueview Terrace. I've been robbed.
Who did it?
Well, now, that's a coincidence. I was just going to ask you that.
Any clues, Mr. Riley?
Plenty. Look for a burglar with a coat and vest and no pants.
What?
The crook took a coat and vest, but he left his pants. I mean my pants. It's a blue suit. All I got left is my pants.
All right, we'll look into it.
Thanks, officer.
What did the police say?
They're going to look into my pants.
Riley, I'm sure that coat and vest are around here someplace.
Peg, be reasonable. We looked everywhere, didn't we?
Yes? Are you sure they're not in the hall closet?
Now, listen, Peg, I know what a coat and vest looks like, and when I say they ain't there, they ain't there. Here, see for yourself. I wish you'd believe me when I...
Well, for heaven's sake, there's your coat and vest right in front of your eyes. I told you made a mistake. Riley, well, what's the matter? You found your coat and vest.
I know, but now the pants is missing.
What are you doing?
I'm phoning the police again. I love them pants. Them pants was always close to my heart.
Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, police. Listen, this is Riley.
Riley?
Yeah, remember I phoned you to pick up a burglar with a coat and vest but no pants?
Yeah, what now?
Well, drop my coat and vest and pick up my pants.
Well, here's my father's pants, Mr. Mendoza.
Hey, Babs, the funniest thing happened. Remember you wrote down the measurements of the coat and vest?
Yes, on a blotter.
Yeah, well, my little boy was doing his homework here, and he spilled ink all over the blotter.
What?
Yeah, now I can't read the measurements.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can remember them.
Oh, good. Well?
I think the sleeve length was 59 inches.
59?
Well, doesn't that sound right?
Oh, no. With arms that long, your papa wouldn't need a suit. He'd have a coat of natural fur.
Well, I better phone my brother and he'll bring the coat and vest over.
Well, couldn't you just bring your father over here?
And spoil a surprise? Oh, it's much more fun for Daddy this way. Hello, Junior.
Listen. Something is fishy here. Now, let me see. First, I come home from work. I go over to the hall closet here. Then I open the door, and I... Now the whole suit is missing. That burglar must have been hiding here all the time. I don't mind a guy stealing, but let him steal out in the open like an honest man.
Police headquarters.
Listen, this is Riley. Remember I told you to look for a burglar with a coat and vest but no pants?
Yes, but...
And then I told you to look for a burglar with pants but no coat and vest?
That's right.
Well, never mind looking for a burglar with pants but no coat and vest. And don't look for a burglar with a coat and vest but no pants. Just look for a burglar with a coat, vest, and pants. Are you following me, officer?
No, but I think maybe we should.
Babs, Here's Pop's pants. I ran all the way.
Well, that's fine, Junior.
But we got to get the whole suit packed right away. I just remembered that it's Pop's lodge meeting night, and he always wears this suit.
Oh, jeepers. The tailor just went out on a delivery. He can't take the measurements till he gets back.
We can't wait. We'll get the measurements some other way. Come on, we got to get this suit back in the closet.
You, Mr. Riley.
Ah, hello, Waldo. How's my little neighbor?
Oh, my aching back.
Your wife again, Waldo?
Yes, Mr. Riley. My dear spouse is planning her vacation, and she asked me where I thought she should go. So I told her.
Waldo, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I suggested that she go to the Thousand Islands and spend a month on each island.
Oh, boy, I bet she was mad.
Oh, you should have heard her yell. But one of these fine days, I'll shut that big mouth of hers.
How?
I'll put alum in her lipstick.
Yeah, well, I've got troubles, too, Waldo.
Still no sign of the missing suit?
Well, how did you know about that, Waldo?
Oh, I just happened to be passing your keyhole, and I heard you talking to the police.
Oh, then you know all about it, huh?
Oh, yes. First you saw the pants, but the coat and the vest were missing. Then you saw the coat and the vest, but the pants are missing. Now the whole suit's missing.
Yeah, that's right, Waldo. What do you think I should do?
Take a nice long sea voyage.
There's nothing wrong with me. It's the truth.
Believe me, Mr. Riley, this whole thing is just your imagination.
No, it ain't. You know me for years. You know I'm a man without any imagination.
Then you insist that the suit is really missing?
For Pete's sake, Waldo, don't you start that. Come on into the house and you can look in the closet for yourself.
Well, you don't have to drag me, Mr. Riley. I believe you.
No. I want you to see with your own eyes that the suit is gone.
Oh.
After all, I'd be crazy to say the suit is missing if it wasn't. Here's the closet. There, look. Now, what do you see?
Your blue suit.
You see? Didn't I tell you? It's back again.
It's either back again or still here.
If that suit is here, then where am I? Waldo, it's happened.
What happened?
It's finally happened. After 6 years of riveting, it's finally got me. I'm going to church.
We're just brought you the first act of The Life of Riley, and we'll be back at Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. It can happen to you. Yes, daily brushing with toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives can cause gum-line cavities. Don't risk it. Use safe liquid Teal. You see, out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. And when gums recede, parts of teeth are exposed which are 25 times softer than tooth enamel. Those softer parts are easily damaged by daily brushings with toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. So chances are 8 in 10 you are risking those ground-in cavities unless the dentifrice you use contains no abrasives. Teal is the only leading dentifrice that contains no abrasives. Teal cleans teeth with a patented ingredient, protects teeth from ground-in gum-line cavities. The Teal way takes 1 extra minute a week to make teeth look their best safely. Follow directions on the package. Ask for large family-sized Teal and save money. T-E-E-L, Teal, the refreshing liquid dentifrice. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Riley is beginning to fear that something is wrong with his mind because of a blue suit of his that keeps mysteriously disappearing and reappearing from the hall closet. Actually, of course, his children have been sneaking it down to the tailor in order to get Riley's measurements so they can surprise him on Father's Day with a new suit.
Riley, are you looking in that closet again? That's 6 times since dinner.
Yeah, well, I'm just checking up. I want to make sure my suit is still there.
Of course it's there. And it's been there all day.
But, Peg, I saw it when it wasn't there. I mean...
Oh, see, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Now, go on and relax, dear, while I get supper ready.
Yeah, okay. All I know is I must be seeing things.
We better do what we have to do.
Oh, hello, kids. What are you two whispering about?
Whispering?
Yeah.
We weren't whispering, Pop.
First I'm seeing things, now I'm hearing things.
What, Daddy?
Oh, nothing. I think I'll lie down here on the couch and relapse.
Come on out on the porch, Junior. Let Daddy rest.
Hey, Babs, now what about the measurements?
Well, we could take the suit to the tailor tomorrow when Daddy's at work.
Yeah, but he might find out. Gosh, I was... Shh! Who's that coming up the walk?
Oh, it's Mr. Odell, the undertaker.
Greetings, children.
Hello, Mr. Odell.
What are you two youngsters up to?
Well, it's a secret. You won't tell Pop, will you?
Of course not. As we say in my profession, Mummy's the word.
Well, we want to surprise Daddy with a new suit for Father's Day.
Oh, how sweet. Down at Danoff's haberdashery, they have a lovely sports suit. Midnight black, with ebony black stripes. Noisy but natty.
Well, we got one all picked out, but we got to get Pop's measurements on the QT.
You need his measurements? You've come to the right man.
Oh, gee, could you get him? But don't let him catch on.
Have no fear. I'll be subtle.
Who's there?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Come in, Digger. Hiya, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural. Oh, don't bother getting up. Just lie there.
You don't mind, Digger?
Not at all. It makes me feel at home.
Oh, well, okay, then I'll lie here, but I'm going to keep on talking.
Tell me, what's new, Riley?
Oh, nothing much, except that I ain't feeling so good, Digger. I'm in pretty bad shape.
Nonsense, Riley. You're good for a long while yet. But tell me, how tall are you?
Oh, 5'11".
Let's say an even 6 feet, just to be comfy. Now tell me...
Hey, wait a minute. I'm getting up.
Please, lie there, Riley. As a favor to me. Now the width. I'd say about 22 inches across the shoulders.
Digger, cut it out. Stop measuring me with your eyes.
Well, if you insist, then I'll use my tape measure. Now, if you'll please, fold your hands.
Fold my... No, I don't. I'm getting up. Let me up, I tell you.
Oh, very well. I've never run into this kind of resistance before. What's distressing you?
Oh, Digger, I'm afraid I'm becoming a nervous wretch.
Ah, yes. Some years ago, my nerves affected me, too. I became terribly absent-minded.
Oh, was it bad?
Ah, yes. The doctor advised that I bury myself in my work. And one day, by accident, I did. Oh, I was mortified.
Yeah, but what should I do, Digger?
Well, first, go to a doctor.
The doctor? Yeah, that's just what I'll do.
And if your doctor can't help you, I'll straighten you out. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
So I'm taking Digger's advice, Waldo. Yeah. Right after breakfast, I'm going to see the doctor.
Mr. Riley, you don't actually think there's something wrong in your head?
No, I'm pretty sure there's nothing there.
Oh.
But I want the doctor to check me anyway. I got a test all figured out. You see this box?
Yes. Why is it all sealed up with adhesive tape?
Oh, well, that's part of the test, so that I'd know if anybody opened it. Last night, I put my blue suit in this box with my own hands, and then I sealed it.
What are you driving at, Mr. Riley?
I take this box to the doctor and tell him to open it.
Yeah?
If the suit's still in there, the doctor will say, Riley, you're nuts. There's nothing wrong with you. But if the suit ain't there, he'll just say, Riley, you're nuts.
I just looked in the closet. Daddy's suit isn't there.
I know. See this box here with the adhesive tape?
Yeah.
I saw him put the suit in there last night.
Oh, I guess he's afraid of moths. Has he left for work yet?
No, he's eating breakfast.
Well, then come on. Let's sneak the suit over to the tailor.
Oh, Pop's liable to see it's gone and get wise. I got a better idea.
What?
There's a box just like this one in Mom's closet.
What's in it?
Oh, a lot of old stuff of mine that Mom's been saving from when I was a baby. You know, rompers and rubber pants. Now, suppose we stick some adhesive tape on it, just like this one, then switch boxes. Pop will never know the difference.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Quick, let's do it now.
Good morning, Doctor.
Hello there, Riley. How you feeling?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, what's wrong?
Look, Doc, when a guy sees things that ain't there and doesn't see things when they are there, does that mean he's crazy?
Well, psychiatrists don't like to use the word crazy. It might mean that the individual is a victim of hallucinatory experiences, probably indicative of and, in fact, activated by an incipient psychoneurosis.
I'd rather be crazy.
But just what is the trouble, Riley?
Well, you see this box, Doc?
Mm-hmm.
Last night I took off what I was wearing and I put it in this box and sealed it up.
Well, what about it?
Well, I want you to open the box and see if it's still there.
I don't see the point, Riley.
Please, Doc, it's important.
Well, all right, if you insist. Now, you take a seat over there.
All right.
I'll open the box. Now, let's see what we have. Great Scott. Rubber panties.
What's the matter, Doc? Ain't it there?
Riley, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Tell me, are you sure you wore these last night?
Yeah, positive, Doc. You see, this place where I went, there was ladies present. And I wanted to go formal.
Riley,
Yeah?
do you often have a desire to dress up like that?
No, not too often. Not around the house. Only when I go out among people. And I want to make an impression.
Yes, I see. Desire to make an impression, huh?
Yeah, sure. Of course, it's not a perfect fit. You see, since I first got it, I put on a little weight.
Riley, what is your wife's reaction when you wear this garment?
Oh, well, she thinks it's time I had a new one. On account of the seat is shiny.
Riley, you're not a well man. I'm afraid you're suffering from what is known as infantile reversion.
But, Doc, I don't understand. I'm okay now as long as my blue suit's in the box.
There's no suit in this box.
Huh?
Look.
Holy smoke. Rubber panties. What a revolting development this is.
Mr. Riley, I'm afraid I'm going to have to send...
No, Doc. It's a big mistake. My mind's okay. I'm normal. I can explain. You see, I put the blue suit in the box with my own hands, and I sealed it up, and nobody touched it, but somehow the blue suit got out of the box, and the rubber panties... Okay, lock me up. And then, Peg, the doctor gave me this here medicine and said that all I need is rest. But I'm going to go to another doctor who specializes in brains. I'm positive I need one.
Oh, now, look here. There's nothing wrong with you.
But, Peg, I was so sure that I put my suit in the box. How did it get out? You can't answer that.
Yes, I can. There was a box in my closet just like yours, full of Junior's old baby clothes. And somehow the boxes must have gotten mixed up.
No, it's my mind. I know it must be, because I put the adhesive tape on the box with my own hand.
I got the new suit.
Oh, boy, all finished.
Yes, and it's a beauty. Oh, where's Daddy?
He's in the kitchen with Mom. Sounds like she's giving him a lecture about something.
Well, do you think Daddy suspects anything?
Nah, he never even missed his old suit.
Now let's hang it up here in the closet.
That's a good idea. Hang the new suit right next to the old one. When he goes to get his pajamas in a little while, he'll get the surprise.
All there is to it, dear. Now take my word for it. You're perfectly normal.
I am? Gee, that's awful sweet of you. But, Dumpling, how did I get mixed up like that?
Oh, you probably went to the wrong closet and got the boxes mixed up.
Yeah, sure, that's it. Can you beat that? Why, the whole thing is as plain as my face. I bet right now... I bet the suit is in the closet right now. Come on, let's go see, just for the fun of it.
Of course it's in the closet.
Absolutely. If the thing is there, you see it. And if it ain't there, you don't see it. Now, you see? Now I see 2 blue suits there. 2 suits. They're multiplying like rabbits.
2 suits, but Riley...
You see it too, Peg. You see, we're both crazy.
Right.
Huh?
Pop, it's your new suit. We bought it for Father's Day. Oh, that's right, Riley. It is Father's Day tomorrow.
The new suit. But the old suit in the box with the baby clothes. A new suit? Old suit? 2 suits?
Gee, Daddy, aren't you happy about your new suit?
Oh, sure. Sure, kids, sure. I'm happy. I'm as happy as if I was in my right mind.
Riley will be back in half a minute. Safe liquid Teal cleans teeth without abrasives, protects teeth from gum-lined cavities, cavities ground in by daily use of toothpastes and powders containing harsh abrasives. Ask for T-E-E-L, Teal, the refreshing liquid dentifrice.
Well, Dumplin', here I am. How do I look in my new suit?
My, you look lovely, dear. It's the nicest one you've ever had.
Oh, yeah, it's nifty. Oh, gee, what wonderful kids we got. But the next time they want my measurements, I wish they'd ask me for them.
Well, the whole mystery's been cleared up, so forget it.
Oh, I already forgot about it.
Oh, by the way, where's your old suit?
I'm wearing it under this new one. I ain't taking no more chances.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invites you to be their guests next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix appears by arrangement with Hal Roach. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozlov. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, and for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
It's a washing miracle for silk, nylon, woolens, dishes.
What are you talking about?
Dreft. I'll spell it. D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Yes, ladies, and Dreft spells faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history.
That's true. Take lingerie, for example. Why, Dreft keeps my dainty underthings fresher and brighter than even expensive soap flakes.
Right. You see, Dreft is different from soap. Dreft's rich suds rinse clean and clear. They simply can't leave any sticky deposit the way all soaps do. No wonder Dreft keeps lingerie, stockings, new woolens prettier and brighter far longer than any soap could ever do. With Dreft, there's no soap fading.
Yes, and for washing dishes, Dreft is just unbelievable. Why, Dreft makes my dishes shine even without wiping. Every woman knows how dishes washed with soap dry with a greasy film unless you polish them. Well, my Dreft wash dishes drain dry, bright and sparkling. Even glasses sparkle without touching a towel to them.
Yes, ladies. Decide now to open up this bright new world of beauty for your nice things, for your fine washables, for your dishes. So get Dreft in a bright green package. Dreft, Procter & Gamble's amazing suds discovery that gives you faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Next time you shop, get Dreft.
Listen again next week, same time, when Teal for a Beautiful Smile brings you the Life of Riley for laughs.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, things are running along at a pretty even keel these days. Lum is keeping himself busy with the printing press, turning out statements and handbills for the store, while Abner is left pretty much in charge of things in the store and library. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum emerging from the feed room, which is his printing shop, to find his business partner sound asleep. Listen.
Well, for goodness sakes. Abner! Abner, wake up!
Oh, just a minute. What can I do for you today, sir?
Abner, it's just me, Lum.
Howdy, Lum. Doggy, I never recognized you at first.
Well, how could you with your eyes shut? How many times have I spoke to you about going to sleep when you're supposed to be running the store in here?
I wasn't asleep. I was just sitting here, see, what was I doing? Oh, I was squinting up my eyes because the sun is so bright today.
The sun ain't even out today.
It ain't. Well, it was just a little while ago. I reckon where that thing could have went to.
Abner, why don't you just come right out flat-footed and admit you were sleeping?
Lum, I weren't sleeping, that's why. I was talking to Grandpap over there. That's what I was doing.
Well, then both of you must have been talking in your sleep then, because he ain't awake neither.
Oh, Grandpap, are you asleep?
Hey, what's the matter? What's going on?
I say, are you sleeping?
Sleeping?
Yeah.
Of course not. Just sitting here reading.
Oh, see there.
Let's see, where was I at? Oh, yeah, here it is. The external ear, also called the auricle of pinna, is composed mainly of cartilaginous framework covered with thin skin.
Go on, Grandpap. That's exactly what we was talking about.
Wait a minute. What kind of a book is that he's reading this time?
It's a doctor's book he found over in the library. He says he might take up being a doctor.
For goodness sake.
Go on, Grandpap.
Yeah, let's see. Where was that? The lobe or lobule forms its lower part and is composed of dense connective tissue containing fat. Grandpap, I've told you 1,000 or 100 times I don't want you reading out loud in the store here. So either read to yourself or going over there to the place, one.
You better read to yourself, Grandpap. We'll go on with our discussion of that cartilaginous lobule some other time, I think.
Listen, Abner, you ain't fooling me or nobody else with that kind of talk. You know good and well you've been sound asleep all the time I was out of the store.
I weren't no such a thing.
Well, if you wasn't, how come you never seen the fellow that left this note here?
What note?
Here, read it yourself.
Let's see. I was in to get groceries, but I hated to wake you up, so I taken them myself. 1 sack of flour, 2 packs of potatoes, 4 cans of hominy, 6 cans of tomatoes, 10 cents worth of candy, a gallon of coal oil, a jug of vinegar, and 3 pounds of 10-penny nails, large size. Please put this on my account.
Well, you must have been in here for a half hour or more to gather up all that stuff.
Yeah, that's a big order, you know it?
Yeah, it's a good order, all right, but the fella never signed his name.
Doggies, he never, did he?
You don't see it there no place, do you?
No, don't believe I do here. No.
Now we don't know whose account to charge this to.
And
Granny's, I can't leave this store 2 minutes for what you get us in some kind of a mess.
Well, now, wait a minute. Just calm yourself down now, Lum. This ain't serious. All we got to do is just call the feller up and ask him his name and then charge it to him.
Call him up?
Sure.
Well, how are we going to do that if we don't know who it was we were trying to call?
Yeah, that's right, ain't it?
Well, I do know.
What's the matter, Grandpap?
The subcutaneous tissue of the ear contains little or no fat.
Well?
Will you hash that up, Grandpap? Well, now, Lum, this is important stuff. Every fellow ought to learn all about the human anatomy.
Sure.
Well, learn about it to yourself, Grandpap. I've got more important things than that to take care of. Now, listen, Abner.
Lum, maybe we ought to learn about that human's anatomy or whatever it is. That might come in handy.
Don't try to get off the subject, Abner. Now, you've been the cause of us losing a big grocery order here, so now you got to make it good.
You mean that I've got to pay for all that myself?
Well, you do if we can't find the fella that wrote that note and left it here.
Well, now, Lum,
another thing we got to do is figure out some way to keep you awake. At least when the customer's in the store.
I was awake, I reckon. I just never happened to hear this feller when he come in.
Well, we got to figure out some way to make you hear 'em then. Might have to put a cowbell around every customer's neck. Bell 'em.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Whatever become of that bell we used to have on the door?
The door?
The screen door up there in front.
Oh, that one.
Don't you know the one that'd ring every time somebody opened the door?
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I don't know where it's at, though, Lum. That thing got rusty and fell off one time here. Dogged, I've been aiming on putting it back for the last 4 or 5 years and just ain't never got around to it yet.
Well, get it out and put it back on right now.
Well, I don't know where it's at. Seems like I have saw it around here somewhere, but law me, I couldn't tell you where now.
Wait a minute. I believe I know where that thing's at.
Huh?
I think I seen it back in the feed room yesterday when I was printing up them bills for the store.
Yeah, I believe that's where it is, yeah, I recollect it, yeah.
I'll get it and you can nail it up.
Yeah, all right. Dad, blame that Lum, thinks he's so smart. I've just taken a little old cat nap, that's all I done. Grandpap, how come you never woke up when that feller come in here? He must have been here 30 minutes to get that much stuff.
Probably due to the fact that the skin of the ear is thin and moderately firmly attached to the cartilage. Although well supplied with blood, the exposed condition of the blood vessels renders the ear sensitive to cold and frostbites.
Frostbites?
Now, bound you, that's what's wrong with Virgil B. Breckenridge.
Wrong with who?
Well, you recollect him, Abner. Virgil B. Breckenridge. Virgil lived over there at Odin for years.
Oh, him, yeah. Never recollect the name at first. Yeah.
Went up to South Dakota one winter to visit his relays. Him and his sister-in-law and a friend went ice skating on the Sioux River.
Well, I do know. Is that when he froze his ears?
Well, Virgil wanted to show off for his sister-in-law, so he made a figure 8 on the ice.
Uh-huh.
Of course, you know Virgil. He had to do it the hard way.
Hard way?
Yeah, he made 8 ones and then let his sister-in-law add them up.
Well, was that when Virgil froze his ears, Grandpa?
When was it? Virgil done what, Abner? Come over that again.
Froze his ears?
He did. Well, when did that happen?
Well, I don't know. You was the one that was telling about this, sir.
Don't let me forget to tell that to Charity. Now, she knowed Virgil awful well. And thought an awful lot of him, too.
She did, huh?
Yeah, did he freeze both his ears?
Grandpap, you was the one that was telling this story. I don't know whether you froze one ear or two. Oh, wait a minute. There comes Lum back. You better get back to your reading there, Grandpap.
Yeah. Getting into the interesting part. Tells all about symptoms.
Symptoms?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ear symptoms.
Uh-huh.
So old Virgil froze his ears, huh? And I do know.
Did
Charity about that.
Did you find it, Lum?
Yeah, I finally found it.
Well, that's it.
Cleaned some of the rust off of it. Don't look bad now.
Oh.
Here, you take it and nail it up.
Nail it up? On a door, you mean?
Yeah, sure.
Oh. Yeah. Let's see. Doggy, now, whereabouts is that hammer at?
Right there on the floor, right where you left it after you opened them crates we got from the wholesale house.
Oh, here it is, down here. Where?
That's something else I wish you'd learn, Abner, to pick stuff up after you get done using them.
Uh-huh. Well, I generally do. I reckon I was just so busy I never got around to this, Lum. I'll pick it up right now.
Yeah. Give you advice all the time. Goes in one ear and out the other.
Uh-huh. Let's see now. Now, whereabouts you want it nailed, Lum? On the inside or you want it nailed on the outside of the door?
On the inside, of course, right where it was before.
Yeah, all right, I'll get it.
We're using a bell to wake you up, not the folks out on the street.
I don't need no bell to wake me up.
You need something. Don't bend them nails over that way, Abner. Pound them clean in.
Well, now, I ain't doing that, Lum. They're just bending themselves over that way. It ain't me.
That's because you ain't looking where you're hitting. Pound them square on top of the head. That's the time. That's better. See, I have to tell you how to do everything.
Hi, Doggy. Is that all right now?
Yeah, it's a little crooked, but I reckon it'll do the trick. Open the door once, see if it works all right now.
Yeah, sure. Doggy, that works. How's that now?
I believe that's going to be all right.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
Maybe now we can find out who our customers are. Won't have to leave notes laying around.
Now, Lum.
Try it one more time.
Oh, all right. It'll work, though, I'll tell you.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, what's the matter now, Grandpa?
Lucky thing for me, I read this book, or I never would have known what a trouble I'm in.
Trouble?
Yeah, I gotta get out of here and find Doc Miller before it's too late.
Hey, well, now, wait a minute, Grandpap. Come back
Can't
here
wait,
now.
Abner. Can't wait now. This might be serious. This book says so.
Huh?
Can't take no chances. I'll see you later.
Yeah, well, just a minute, Grandpap. What's wrong with you anyway?
It's my ears. I got dangerous symptoms.
What symptoms have you got?
Well, I keep hearing ringing noises in my ears. Sounds like a bell.
Huh?
Goodbye.
Hey,
oh, there it is again. Hey, Doc.
The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Mr. Charles Coburn. There's plenty of excitement around tonight because radio history is being made. The new Rinso presents the new Amos and Andy Show. Yes, everything brand new. New in the fact that Amos and Andy are doing for the first time a half-hour show. New in that Amos and Andy are playing before an audience, also for the first time. And new in that each week there will be a famous guest. Tonight, Mr. Charles Coburn, whom you have seen in The More the Merrier and Heaven Can Wait. And there's plenty of news about Rinso, too. Try it yourself. I'm sure you'll agree it's absolutely tops. That its soapy-rich suds get out more dirt, that in short, it's the ideal soap for wash day, for dishes, and for all the soap and water jobs around the house. Yes, try Rinso. I know you'll join the vast army of women who whistle while they wash. And now, the new soapy-rich Rinso presents the new Amos and Andy Show. Well, there's an old saying that no news is good news. That must be true because Andy got news, and it's bad. The news is in the form of a letter which Andy is discussing with the Kingfish and Henry Van Porter in his office now.
Boys, I am really in a mess here.
Brother Andy, you act like he's bad off.
Well, to tell you the truth, Andy, I can't see what is such bad news about a relative coming to visit you from the South.
Listen, Henry, a relative is bad news no matter what direction it comes from.
Listen here, fellas. I ain't told you this, but here's the jam I was in. About 6 months ago, I discovered that this uncle of mine that's coming up here tomorrow done cut me out of his will.
Oh, I didn't know that. Now, there's a serious thing.
Yeah, and I found out that the reason he done cut me out is because he thinks I is undisresponsible. You see, boys, my uncle always wanted me to get married and settle down.
Well, tell me this, Andy. What has all this got to do with the letter you received from him?
No. Well, I always been kind of superstitious about being left out of wills. So, about 6 months ago, I done writ my Uncle Edgar, told him I got married, settled down, and I was living in a nice 6-room apartment.
Oh, I'm beginning to get it now.
So, he's going to arrive in New York tomorrow morning on the 9 o'clock train. But the main reason he coming up here is to see some New York doctor specialist about his health. And he going to stay here till Monday.
Tell me this, and after you done with your uncle that you got married and settled down, do you know if he put you back in the will there?
Oh, sure. He slapped me right back in there.
You mean on the regular dotted line in ink, not just out in the margin in pencil?
Listen, I right in the middle of the thing, between them whereases and wherefores and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's the place to be. If you can worm your way in there, there's the place.
Well, Andy, it looks like you've got a lot to lose, all right.
Yeah, but I ain't told you the biggest headache, though. My uncle say in the letter that he is planning on staying with me in my 6-room apartment. And then he say that that'll give him a chance to become acquainted with my dear little wife.
When is your uncle coming up here?
Saturday.
Why, that's tomorrow.
Wait a minute, Andy. You could be married by tomorrow.
Yeah, I could be wait a minute here. How is I going to meet a gal that quick?
Oh, just stand on the corner and keep whistling.
Now, just a minute, my friends. That sounds a bit hasty. After all, the type of girl that Andy might get from a whistle might not be the type he'd want for the mother of his children.
Now, look here, Henry. When you was whistling for a wife on short notice, you can't be too particular. Like when you go up to the North Woods hunting for moose, and you give up with the moose call. You can't be fussy. You got to take the first moose that comes along.
Yeah, Kingfish, but you got to be a little more particular about a wife. After all, if you don't like a moose, you can shoot it. Anyhow, even if I did get a wife, where's I going to get a 6-room partner?
Yeah, you in a pickleman all right, and I don't know... Wait a minute. The idea done hit me in the head, Jeff. Just went in this ear here. Look at it. Amos and his family is going away for the weekend. They won't be back till Monday night. You's his partner.
Yes, but what about the wife that Andy's supposed to have?
Well, just tell your uncle that she out of town visiting kinfolk.
Yeah, that sounds good, but will Amos let me do that?
Well, now look here. Don't tell him what you're doing. Just tell him that you will stay in the apartment over the weekend, sort of a caretaker.
Come on, Kingfish. Let's me and you go over to see Amos. So you're going away for the weekend, Amos. Sure hope you have a nice time.
Yeah, well, thank you very much.
Tell me, Amos, who is you leaving in charge of the apartment?
Well, I ain't figuring on having nobody here.
How about burglars?
Yeah.
Well, I went away before, and I just locked the place, and nothing was stole.
Oh, maybe the burglars didn't get around to you yet.
Yeah, I guess they're short-handed, just like everybody else.
But you see, fellas...
Amos, look here. These burglars work the thing in alphabet order. Now, you just lucky because your name is Jones. They ain't got down to you yet. Andy, is you here where the burglars is down to now?
Yeah. I heard they was just finishing the letter before J, whatever that is.
Seems to me I heard that, too. They was working on the R's. I remember that.
Tell you the truth, fellas, it might not be a bad idea to have somebody stay in the apartment while we is away, but I just wouldn't know who to get.
Well, Amos, I is your pal, and I'll help you out.
Would you do it, Andy?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh, gee, that's nice of you, Andy. We is going to leave at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so you can come in any time after 9.
Okay, as a deal. I'll check in right after 9 o'clock. So long. Be sure and get out on time.
So long, Amos.
So long, fellas. I'll be back Monday night. See you then.
Well, Andy, this is a great break for us, all right.
Wait a minute. There you go with that us stuff, Kingfish. By any chance, is you helping me because you figuring I might get some money from the will?
Oh, don't be silly, Andy. Never entered my mind. 'Cause at the same time, I know that if anything should happen to your dear uncle, well, I just know that in time of grief, you'll want to share your good fortune with your friends.
Well, Uncle Edgar, your train was right on time, and it sure is nice to see you.
Yeah, we're sure glad to see you, Uncle Edgar. You don't mind if I call you Uncle Edgar, too, do you? And you've been telling me so much about you, I kind of feel like I was a close relation of yours.
Well, that's very fine.
Tell me, Uncle Edgar, how are things down south? You know, the cotton crop, wills, and all that stuff.
Oh, everything's fine. Certainly was nice you boys to come down and meet me at the train here. But, Andy, where's the little woman?
Who?
The little woman, your wife.
Oh, my wife. Yeah, well, Lucy done went over to Pennsylvania to see her mother.
Yeah, that's exactly where she went. You see, Uncle Edgar, when you said little woman, Annie didn't know who you meant because Lucy's big as a horse.
Well, I'm certainly anxious to meet her. She's going to be back before I leave, ain't she?
Well, I hope so, Uncle Edgar.
But do you think we better get out of this station here?
Yeah, you're right. I got a boy right here, Uncle Edgar. Take care of your suitcases. Hey, Lightning, come over here.
Oh, I can handle the suitcases all right.
Did you want me now?
These is the suitcases. Deliver them to the apartment like I told you, Lightning.
And by the way, Lightning, this is my Uncle Edgar. This is Lightning.
Young man, I'm glad to meet you.
Pleased to meet you, Uncle Edgar. You the man that got the will, ain't you?
What's that again? Get on with them bags. Don't worry, Uncle Edgar. Everything. Get away from here, Lightning.
Well, Uncle Edgar, how do you feel after taking a shower and changing your clothes?
Oh, I feel a lot better, Andy.
Yeah, sit down there in that stuffed-over chair and take it easy, Uncle Edgar.
Say, Andy, you and your wife are the only ones that live in this apartment, ain't you?
Yes, Uncle Edgar. This is our own little love nest. Just the two of us. Me and her.
Well, what is all them toys there in the closet of my room?
What toys?
You mean you don't know what toys is back there?
Well, you see, I play with so many toys, I didn't know which ones you meant.
Well, there's some dolls back there, too.
Oh, don't be silly, Uncle Edgar. I ain't played with dolls for over a year.
Say, Andy, who is the picture of this man here on the table?
Which picture you mean?
The only picture that's there.
Oh, that one.
Don't look at me. Stand at Uncle Edgar.
I see it's inscribed on there, to my loving wife from Amos.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Well, that's my wife's first husband. Yeah.
Well, what in the world do you have to have his picture around here?
Well, I tell you, Uncle Edgar, it keeps reminding my wife of him and makes her appreciate me more.
Yeah, that's right, Uncle Edgar. That's certainly right. You know, Uncle Edgar, there's nothing like holding a first husband over a wife's head.
By the way, Andy, you know I want to see one of these New York doctors. You might ask around of your friends and see if they know a good one.
Yeah, but you take it easy, Uncle Edgar, and enjoy yourself for the weekend here.
I'm going to tell you, Andy, you sure got a nice place here. Mm-hmm. And I was just thinking, I don't have to break my neck to get back home. You fellas have been so nice to me, I think I'll change my plans and stay here a couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks?
Yeah. I know that would make you happy. What's the matter, boys?
You have made us so happy that we are speechless.
Well, folks, remember I said this would be a new kind of show for Amos and Andy, and I hope you're having as good a time as the folks here are having. Now, I mentioned a little earlier that millions of women these days are whistling while they wash, and the notes they're whistling are... That stands for Rinso White, 3 little notes that have been making wash day history. Yes, Rinso has taken the drudgery out of wash day. Those soapy, rich suds have made it possible for women to turn out a dazzling white, bright wash without hard scrubbing or boiling, simply by soaking clothes clean. A few quick finger rubs on badly soiled places, and clothes are ready to rinse. Yes, new Rinso gets out more dirt. And women are whistling while they wash dishes, too, in Rinso suds. It makes the job so speedy. And that goes for washing floors, windows, tiles, and so forth. So tomorrow, get Rinso. Then you'll whistle, and you'll see how much easier life can be. Now, back to Amos and Andy, and their guest tonight, Charles Coburn. Well, Uncle Edgar certainly threw a monkey wrench in the machinery when he announced that he had decided to stay 2 weeks. Andy and the Kingfish are plenty worried.
Kingfish, we is really in a mess now.
Mm-hmm.
Amos coming home Monday, and Uncle Edgar say he's going to be here for 2 weeks.
Andy, listen, I got an idea. Look here, when your uncle wakes up from the nap he's taking, we'll take him up the doctor's road. You know that's where the alley lawyer has got his office?
Oh, yeah.
I think up around there we'll find a doctor that will see eye to eye with us.
Yeah, but we want to get a big doctor with a good reputation to examine my uncle.
Yeah, well, we'll get a good one all right, but I think that for a small extra charge, we can get a doctor to tell Uncle Edgar that this climate up north here is bad for his health and that he has got to get right back down south now at once.
Yeah, well, how is we going to work it?
We'll leave Uncle Edgar out in the waiting room at the doctor's office, and we'll go in the doctor's private office and talk to him first.
Oh, I think I see what you mean.
Hello?
Is this Dr. Charles Coburn, the veterinarian?
That's right, I'm the veterinarian.
This is Mrs. Stanley Watson. I called up to find out how my Cocker Spaniel is coming along.
He's doing nicely, Mrs. Watson. His front paw is still a little sore, but
We ought to have him out of here in a few days.
Oh, thank you very much, Doctor. Goodbye.
Come in.
Excuse us, but is you Dr. Charles Coburn?
That's right.
Good, yeah. Well, we see your name on the door outside, and we're looking for a doctor.
Tell me, do you have the patient with you?
He's out in the waiting room, yeah, so we want to talk to you first.
Is he chained up?
Chained up? Oh, no, he ain't dangerous.
Well, why don't you bring him in the office here?
Well, that's what we want to tell you. You see, Doctor, we don't want him to hear what we're going to tell you.
Oh. You don't want him to hear. No. That's pretty good. I've heard some of them are very clever, but I've never heard of one that could understand medical terms.
Well, the truth is, he ain't been feeling well lately, and he asked us to take him to a doctor, you see.
Before we go any further, gentlemen, are you sure that you are feeling all right?
Oh, sure. Yes, sir. We feel all right.
Well, tell me exactly what's wrong with the patient. I'm a busy man.
Doctor, to tell you the truth, we don't know exactly what's wrong with it.
Well, the only thing to do then is to strap him here on this table, and I'll give him a thorough examination.
Strap him? I don't think he's going to like that.
Oh, that's all right. We'll put a muzzle on him.
Now, wait a minute. We can go just so far with him, you know.
Yeah, we can't make him mad because he's worth a lot of money.
Now, listen to me. A dog is a dog. If I can help him, I'll be very happy to do so.
Excuse me for protruding, Doctor, but my right ear been giving me a little trouble here lately. Did you say dog?
Is you a dog doctor by any chance?
Certainly. What do you think?
Well, I didn't know what to think when you say you're going to put a muzzle on my uncle.
Oh, your uncle is out there.
Yeah.
I see. You thought I was a regular MD. No, I take care of dogs, cats, horses, all kinds of animals. I've got a little hospital out here in the back.
Oh, well, now, Doctor, as long as we is here, maybe you could help us out anyhow.
Yes. What we'd like you to do in your professional capacity, tain't exactly wrong, tain't exactly right, kind of in between there.
And being in between, we willing to pay extra for it.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, if you think that I, as a respected member of the medical profession, would do even one small thing to jeopardize my fine reputation and standing in this community, if you think that I would stoop to a thing of this kind, if you think that I would do anything contrary to my standards in exchange for what amounts to little more than a bribe, then you've come to the right place.
Yeah, man, that's great. That's great. Now, look at here. Here's what we want you to do. We want you to convince my uncle that this northern climate is bad for him, and even one more day of it might be fatal, and he has got to go right back down south.
Yeah, so we don't care what you tell him. We just want to make sure that he leaves town by the night.
It's as good as done, my friends. But in our haste, let us not forget the cash, $10.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You might put it in that drawer right there. I don't touch money like that.
Okay, Doc, okay. I'll have my uncle come right in.
Yeah, get him... wait a minute. Hide them dog biscuits over there on the table.
Okay, Uncle Edgar, come on in. The doctor's ready for you. This is the famous specialist that I done told you about.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do? If you sit right down here, open your mouth. Now tell me, how have you been feeling?
Well, frankly, this afternoon I've been feeling pretty well.
That's a bad symptom. Yes, that's the trouble with your particular ailment. You always feel better first.
Well, what is it that's wrong with me, Doctor?
Well, the medical term is northern-itis.
Doctor, no, anything but that.
Yes, I'm sorry to hear that, Doctor.
Now, Doctor, just what is this northern-itis?
Well, you come to me as a patient, and I guess it's my duty to tell you the truth. Northern-itis is a condition that is brought on by an atmospheric change, a change of pressure that crushes the cells of the nervous system.
Naturally, yeah.
That's what makes you feel like you do now.
But I feel very good now.
No, that's nothing. That will go away.
Well, tell us this, Doctor. What is the cure for this thing?
Your uncle must go back down south. Of course, there's no real hurry about it. Nothing to get alarmed about.
Doctor, but when do you think I should leave for the south?
No, there's no tremendous rush about it. Any time within the next hour.
Yeah, well, we better leave right away, Uncle Edgar, before you start foaming at the mouth. Come on, we'll go right down to the depot and get your ticket.
Do you mean to say that
Yeah, come on, Uncle Edgar. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, we ain't got no time to waste. Well, so long, Doctor.
Oh, what was that?
That's one of my patients. I mean...
One of your patients?
Got a nasty cough, hasn't he? Goodbye, boy.
Well, Uncle Edgar, you has done got the best medical advice you could have got in the whole city.
Oh, there ain't no two ways about it. He's a great doctor.
Yeah, he seems to be a very good doctor. And I'm going to take his advice and return to the south. But there's one thing, Andy.
What's that?
I've made up my mind not to leave town here until I've met your dear little wife.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, did the theatrical agency tell you exactly what you were supposed to do?
Yes. I'm supposed to play the part of a man's wife, and you're going to pay me $3 for it.
Right. You is going to play it as you is my wife, Lucy. Now, the main thing is to try to do as little talking as you can so you ain't going to get yourself caught in no booby trap.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're all set now, Andy.
Okay. Uncle Edgar, Lucy is back.
Now, remember everything we told you, Lucy.
Well. So, this is Lucy.
Yes, sir, Lucy. I was married to this gentleman here.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I know that, but tell me this, Lucy. How long have you been married?
Well, we've been married exactly 1 year.
Oh, wait a minute. It seems to me you said something to me, Andy, about being married 6 months.
I thought it was about a year.
Well, you see, Uncle Edgar, the time passes fast for me and slow for her. Well, Uncle Edgar, you done seen Lucy now. Guess we better shoot right down to the depot, huh?
Well, I haven't had a chance to get acquainted with Lucy yet.
That's right. Don't rush us, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown? And after being married 6 months, you don't make your wife call you Mr. Brown, do you?
Well, I tell you, Uncle Edgar, till I've been married a year, I demands respect.
Oh, yeah, you got to keep these women in the place, all right.
Yeah, I tell you, Uncle Edgar. Uh-oh.
Well, how is you there, Andy? Say, what is going on here?
Amos, you ain't supposed to be back here till tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I got a chance to ride down with some people, and I thought I'd do it. I'd like to meet your friends here, Andy.
Go ahead, Amos. Andy, introduce them there. Go on, mess them up there.
Yeah, but, now... well, Amos, this is my Uncle Edgar here.
Oh, how do you do?
Yeah, pleased to meet you. My name is Jones.
Yeah, and now this is, well, that's my Uncle Edgar right there. Uncle Edgar.
I ain't met the girl yet, Andy.
My name is Lucy. I'm the wife of this gentleman here. I think his name is Andy.
Why, Andy, you didn't tell me.
Yeah, no, Amos, I know it, but look, there's something I do want to tell you right now. Come on, Amos. You too, Kingfish. Let's go out someplace where we can talk. Uncle Edgar, you stay here, and this will give you a chance to get better acquainted with Lucy. So, Amos, that's the whole story in a nutshell.
Yes, Amos, the only reason that Andy done it was so that his uncle would keep him in his will.
That's some story you got there, all right. You certainly can get yourself messed up, Andy.
Yeah. What is I going to do, Amos?
There's only one thing you can do. Tell your uncle the truth. I think he'll appreciate it and appreciate you being honest with him, because he's bound to find out sooner or later.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, me. Boys, I'm going out and take a walk in the park so I can get up my nerve. Come on, Kingfish, let's go in. I'm going to tell him the truth.
Okay, open the door.
Well, Andy, Kingfish, you finally got back. Where have you been all day?
Where's Lucy?
Oh, she's in the kitchen.
Well, in the kitchen?
Uncle Edgar, there comes a time in a man's life when he got to do something that he don't like to do, but I got to do it.
Oh, what is it, Andy?
Well, Uncle Edgar, I'm going to confess something to you. This ain't my apartment, and Lucy ain't my wife. The only reason that I done told you all this was so I could stay in your will. But I wouldn't blame you now if you throwed me out.
I understand, Andy.
But I ain't going to cause you no more trouble, Uncle Edgar. Where's that sappy little theatrical actress who's supposed to be my wife? You get me I'll pay her the $3 and chase her out here right away, so at least she ain't going to be bothered with her.
Andy, please. You speaking of my future wife.
Your future what?
My future wife. I found out right after you left this morning that she was only playing the part of your wife. We'll spend all day getting acquainted. She's a fine cook and a good-looking girl. We're getting married right away and leaving on the first train for Georgia.
Well, congratulations and all that stuff, Uncle Edgar. I'll be glad to go to the depot with you and see you off. You know, carry the grips for you, carry your will, anything you want me to carry.
Yeah, congratulations, Uncle Edgar. But, say, there's just one thing that I'd like to clear up before you leave.
Well, what's that?
Well, now that Lucy is going to be my aunt instead of my wife, does I have to pay her the $3 or does you pay her?
Ladies and gentlemen, Amos and Andy would like to say a few words to their listeners.
Hello, folks.
Hello, everybody.
Well, we hope you enjoyed our first show. As you know, this is the beginning of our new half-hour series.
And we want to thank Mr. Charles Coburn for his kindness in working with us tonight.
We wouldn't feel right to let this first show pass without saying a word about our sponsors, makers of the new Rinso.
Of course, we have heard of Rinso and its splendid reputation. And not long ago, we asked for permission to visit the plant and see Rinso being made.
We saw it being made with our own eyes, and that is why we're so enthusiastic about the product we advertise. In thinking back over our trip through the Rinso plant, it seems that we went through dozens of laboratories, and believe us, the reason for the high quality of Rinso is no accident. We can truthfully tell you, great care is taken to give Rinso the top quality which it has. And we earnestly feel that you, too, will recognize this and be glad you are using this wonderful product.
You folks were nice to listen to us tonight. And we're looking forward to being back with you next Friday night at the same time. Thank you again.
And don't forget, folks, when you think of Amos and Andy, think of Rinso. Thank you and good night.
Yes, be with us again next Friday night at this same hour when the makers of the new Rinso again present the Amos and Andy Show. And when Amos and Andy's guest will be the talented pianist, Jose Iturbe. This is Harlow Wilcox bidding you good night for all of us. Promotion, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program. Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Hello.
Well, I'm very happy to be here on Treasure Island at the San Francisco World's Fair.
Oh, so am I. You know, I've met all my friends. You know, George, I was born in San Francisco. As a matter of
If I
fact...
were you, I'd keep it a secret.
Well, that's right, George. You know, as my daddy said when he first saw me, why bring that up?
Well, then, let's drop it.
Yeah, he did. Want to build up?
Yes, sir. Be glad to. It's my life's ambition.
You know, my whole family lives in San Francisco, but my daddy lives with my uncle in a house across the bay.
And he commutes, huh?
Yeah, every 10 years.
That's very interesting.
He's an old-fashioned man.
I know.
One old-fashioned after another.
Was your daddy born in San Francisco,
Yes,
too?
South San Francisco.
South San Francisco.
Yes.
Have you always been this dizzy, Gracie?
Well, I got that way from following in my daddy's footsteps.
Well, at least your daddy has his good pints.
Oh, said it.
Oh, don't mind George, folks. He's a Los Angeles boy.
Well, if it isn't that Market Street down in meet you, Frank Parker. And Frank, I'm not a Los Angeles boy. I was born on the outskirts of Los Angeles, Boston.
Hey, Frank, what do you think of my hometown?
Oh, I think it's terrific. You know, Gracie, there are 40,000 beautiful girls here.
Frank, what are you up to?
3,634.
Stop with those girls. You know, there are other ways of getting a bang on a life.
Oh, you and your bubble gum.
Yeah.
Well, it's a noble experiment.
Gracie, isn't it grand to be back in your hometown and get such a nice hand?
Oh,
and
yeah.
speaking of nice hands, Heinz
Truman
ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. You know, I bet Gracie San Francisco never thought that you'd be a presidential candidate this year.
Well, why not? Why should I be an exception?
Tell me, Gracie, has the town changed much since you were here last?
Oh, yes. Well, I've been reading the local papers, and I see where men's clothes cost a fortune now. And
Men's clothes cost a fortune?
Oh, well, that's what it said. It said Billy Rose just got a $20,000 suit.
Gracie, that happens to be a Seattle model.
Well, I don't care if it has 2 pairs of pants. It's still not worth $20,000.
Look, when it said suit, it meant lawsuit. And the model happens to be a girl.
Oh, well, then maybe Billy Rose kissed her.
Kiss her? How can he kiss a girl so much taller than he is?
Well, maybe some of his friends put him up to it.
Either that or he jumped.
Say, Gracie, have I been having fun here?
Oh, really, Bubbles?
Yes, I had lunch today in 3 restaurants.
Three restaurants?
Yes.
Bubbles eats all over town.
Yes, I'm big that way.
I know. Bubbles, do you like Italian food?
And how?
Have you tried the Maggios?
Yes, and they're delicious with meatballs.
Bubbles, the Maggios are ball players.
Well, maybe she had them on the home plate.
Well, I certainly slid into that one. Oh, Ray Noble.
In the place.
What there is of it, yeah.
I say, Gracie, so sorry I'm late. You see, I'm playing at the Palace Hotel, and I have a little trouble getting here. The streets are all torn up.
Why, Ray Noble, that's impossible. I read in the paper where the street commissioner said that as a whole, the streets in San Francisco were all right.
Yes, they're all right as a whole. But how are their streets?
Well, when I'm president, I'm going to have a long talk with Mayor Rossi.
Why?
Oh, he knows some cute stories.
He does.
Grace, I was going to pick you some flowers here at the fairgrounds, but there was a sign there that said, "Do not pick the flowers."
Oh, well, that's all right.
So I picked the sign.
Oh, thanks, Ray. I'll wear it in my hair.
You picked the sign?
Well, why not, George? There was no sign there saying, "Do not pick the sign."
Oh, I see.
Say, come here, Ray. I've got a present for you, too.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. Well, put your arms around me.
Like this?
Uh-huh. A little closer.
Like this?
Mm-hmm. Now, put your face next to mine.
That's so. What do I do now?
Well, why don't you go on Major Bo's amateur program?
Yes, why don't you do that?
Hurry up, folks. Get in on the special sale of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, the big dollar size, only 49 cents for a limited time only.
Well, I never heard of such a thing in my whole life, unless it was last week on the Burns and Allen program.
Gracie, Truman is doing the talking.
Oh, no, George, I'm doing the talking. Funny she didn't recognize my voice. Now, let's see, where was that? Oh, yes. I was at a toilet goods counter, and I plunked down 49 cents, and what did I get? Why, the big dollar size of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Less than half price. And I saved 51 cents on the spot. And then and there, I made up my mind that I'd save 51 cents every day just by buying Heinz big dollar size for only 49 cents. Oh, and Georgie, what do you know? I got my autograph on the Heinz bottle.
Oh, and that's why this Heinz 49-cent special is called the Heinz Autograph Bottle. You get more Heinz Honey and Almond Cream for your money than ever before. And in addition, you get a Gracie Allen autograph right on the bottle, and it's detachable. Even at its regular price, this dollar-size Heinz is famous as the economy bottle. And now, at less than half price, it's phenomenal. It's genuine, fine, fragrant Heinz, the extra creamy, extra softening lotion for dry, rough hands. Get your Heinz 49-cent special tonight. Have softer, smoother hands for good. And now, Frank Parker. Tonight, Frank sings Stars in My Eyes by Fritz Kreisler, taken from the show The King Stepped Up.
My song has wings, eternal springs, no longer a dream. My cheeks aglow, emotions flow, like sunlight on a stream. My step is gay, along my way, the roses bloom at my feet. My love the rain, my being changed, my life is now complete. Stars in my eyes, tell how I feel. For this tender passion is real. I am loved, I am blessed. All that eager longing is laid to rest. Stars in my eyes will always shine when your heart beats with mine, till your love won't be died. There'll be stars in my eyes. Stars in my eyes will always shine when your heart beats with mine, till your love won't be died. There'll be stars in my eyes, till your love for me dies. There'll be stars in my
Frank, that was beautiful. You did a grand job.
Oh, thanks, George. Wait a minute, Gracie. George is supposed to say that.
Well, he's outside phoning.
Well, that's funny. Who does he know up here that can lend him a nickel?
Gracie, how do you like it here on Treasure Island?
Well, Truman, it's pretty enough to be a fair.
It is a fair, Gracie, and it's called Fair for 40, and it is beautiful.
So is George.
Beautiful?
No, fair for 40.
Listen, everybody, I've got it all arranged. I just spoke to J.J. Clifford, and he's coming over here tonight.
Not J.J. Clifford.
That's right.
Who's that?
Who was that?
Yes.
Politically, he's the most powerful man in this part of the country. And as your campaign manager, I'm telling you that if we could get him on our side, you're as good as being in the White House.
Oh, well, what do you think I ought to do?
Well, when he comes in, let me do the talking, and you just smile.
Oh, leave it to me. I'll just drop my eyes.
Yes, just drop your eyes.
And if he's a gentleman, he'll pick 'em up.
Stop with that silly talk and listen. J.J. Clifford is the man who gets behind you, takes hold of things, and makes you click.
Oh, an osteopath.
An osteopath?
I hope he doesn't rub me the wrong way.
Now, look, Gracie.
Say, George, you deserve a lot of credit lining up a big shot like J.J. Clifford.
Thanks. I met him at the press club.
That's so.
I don't let any grass grow under my feet.
Well, a little grass wouldn't hurt. It might cover up those shoes.
Yeah, well, J.J. Clifford is just about sold. And there's one thing you ought to know before he gets here.
What's that?
Now, he's got a red beard, and he's very sensitive about it.
Well, if I had a red beard, I'd be very sensitive about it, too.
Yeah. Well, you'd be sensitive if you had a brain.
Yeah, so would I.
Well, with a red beard, Gracie, we can play that game Beaver.
Oh, yes.
Beaver?
Yeah.
Look, he happens to run this part of the country, and if any of you holler Beaver, you know what you're going to get?
5 points. Holla, Beaver.
We're not playing Beaver, and don't mention his beard. Yeah. Hello. Oh, just a minute, Gracie, it's for you.
Oh, hello? Oh, hello, Bessie. It's my sister.
Good.
Yeah, what? Oh, you don't say. Oh, that's a scream. Goodbye.
What happened?
Oh, dear. Well, I left my car parked at the top of Fillmore Street Hill, and I forgot to put the brakes on.
I say.
And the funniest thing, the car is running down the hill.
Well, what's funny about that? Somebody might get killed.
Oh, it's impossible. There's nobody in the car.
What about the pedestrians?
Oh, the car is moving so fast, they won't have time to get in.
Well, it's your headache, and you can wear it.
Oh, by the way, Champ, you mustn't miss that incubator building here at the fair. You know, they've got tiny babies there that weigh only 3 ounces.
Well, how do they live?
They charge admission.
They do.
Well, you see, those babies can always use a little change.
Yeah. Now, listen, everybody. This may be J.J. Clifford, so no wisecracks about his beard. Come in.
Good evening. Miss Allen?
Yes?
My name is Agatha Pinwhistle.
My, how do you remember things like that?
Listen, yes, miss?
Gracie, don't you remember me? I was your teacher in the 3rd grade.
Oh, Miss Pinwhistle. Oh, well, I didn't recognize you without your slip showing.
Huh?
Boy, this used to be my teacher.
Hello, Penny.
How do you do?
Miss Pinwhistle, I'll bet Gracie gave you lots of trouble in school.
Oh, no, you can be very proud of your daughter.
Well, My daughter?
Yes, Gracie always had an active mind. She learned things very quickly, but always backwards.
Yes.
I think I know what you mean.
Miss Pinwhistle, remember how I was always getting mixed up in arithmetic and history? I used to think that 2 times 3 was Napoleon.
2 times 3 was Napoleon?
Well, of course, I was silly when I was a little girl.
Oh, sure.
I know better than that now.
Of course.
Anybody knows that 2 times 3 is Julius Caesar.
Yes. For a minute, I thought I had you.
See, Miss Pinwhistle, whatever happened to Oakland and Berkeley?
Oh, they're in Kansas City.
Oakland and Berkeley are in Kansas City?
Well, those are the twins who sat in front of me.
Oh. Well, why did they name twins Oakland and Berkeley?
Well, because they were only 5 minutes apart.
I know they're twin sisters, Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Oh.
Gracie, whatever happened to that little girl you used to play with all the time?
Oh, which one do you mean?
Oh, the one that sat in back of you, that sickly little girl who was so frail and anemic.
Oh, well, she's still my girlfriend. Bubbles, you remember Miss Pinwhistle? Sure. Oh, hello, Miss Pinwhistle.
Why, Bubbles, I hardly know you. Haven't you taken on a little weight?
Oh, about 275 pounds.
Yeah, that's all.
Say, Miss Pinwhistle, seeing you here reminds me of my school days. You know, my teacher used to slap me when I was naughty.
Yes, he was a regular Mickey Rooney.
Yes, but it never hurt. And the reason it never hurt was that my teacher had soft hands.
Cut, Bowman. A little music, boys. All right, you can take it, Truman.
And Miss Penwhistle?
Yeah.
It's because she used Heinz honey and almond cream.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the 10-cent size.
No.
No, it wasn't the 25-cent size or the 50-cent size.
Yeah.
No, it was the dollar size.
Uh-huh.
And would you believe it, Miss Penwhistle? Today you can get it for only 49 cents.
That's right.
Oh, Miss Penwhistle.
Yes, sir.
Miss Penwhistle, whatever happened to that silly boy who sat next to me? You know, the one who called me Googie?
Which one?
Well, you know, the one with the buck teeth. The one who used to bite I love you on my desk.
He bit I love you on your desk?
Yes. Don't you remember, Miss Penwhistle? He'd sit for hours and go like this.
Let me see. Oh, Stinky.
Yes, that's the one. Miss Penwhistle.
Yes, Gracie?
Whatever became of that good-looking history teacher?
Well, I got to go, Gracie.
Well, remember when he tried to kiss you?
Well, I didn't kiss him, did I?
Well, I don't know, did you?
No, not because he was a history teacher. It was the principal I was thinking of.
Oh. Well, he was pretty, too.
That was grand. I certainly enjoyed it.
Oh, thanks, George. If I played again?
Oh, no. Never mind.
All right, then. Oh, by the way, Gracie, right after the broadcast, how about you and me being my guests at Billy Rose's Aquacade, huh?
Well, I'll be glad to go once, but I've been there again.
Well, that's smart, Petter. You know, I was there the other night, and Johnny Weissmuller is really a swimmer. He starts out with the Australian crawl.
George, have you ever seen the San Francisco crawl?
There's no such a thing as the San Francisco crawl.
Oh, no? Did you ever try to drive down Market Street at 5 o'clock?
Anyway, that speed of Johnny Weissmuller's is great.
Oh, yes, he's fast.
You bet.
I saw him last night, too.
Did you see him go into all those dives?
See him. I was with him to meet Dan.
He's a good dancer. Oh, now this is probably J.J. Clifford. Now remember, Frank, and that goes for everybody. No wisecracks about his red beard. And Gracie, be on your toes.
Yeah,
your
I will.
whole campaign depends upon this.
Yes.
Come in.
Is Gracie here?
Well, I'm Gracie.
Who's this? Don't you remember me, Gracie? I'm Rollo. I used to go to school with you.
Why, Rollo, how you've changed.
Yeah, I've grown. I've got on long pants.
Oh, so have I grown.
Gracie, take it easy.
Gracie, you remember the day you left school 20 years ago? You gave me a sandwich.
Uh-huh.
Well, I brought it back to you.
You mean you kept the sandwich all these years?
I don't like peanut butter.
And vice versa.
Say, Rollo used to be the smartest boy in the 3rd grade.
I still am.
Say, Rollo, remember the fun we used to have in school? We'd drop our books under the desk, and then we'd bend down and pick them up.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd drop them again, and we'd pick them up again. And we had more fun.
Where did the fun come in?
Under the desk.
Yes, well, your book's read.
Hello, Rollo. Oh, Rollo, this is Bubbles. Remember Bubbles?
I remember part of her.
Why, Rollo, I hardly recognize you without your dunce cap.
I don't wear it anymore. It makes me look too tall.
Yeah. You look much prettier this way.
Say, Rollo, whatever happened to the little boy who sat right across from me?
You mean all he used to do was Stinky?
Oh, yes.
I haven't seen him in years.
Well, why did he do it?
Well, he was practicing to go with Sheffield.
Well, I wouldn't pal around with Stinky. He was a dope.
Oh, quiet, Einstein.
Gracie, who is this fellow Ray Noble who always wants to be alone with you? I'd like to punch him right in the nose.
Now, look here, I resent that, old boy. I'm Ray Noble, and if I want to be alone with Gracie, I'll be alone with her.
Yeah, what about me?
No, I'd rather be alone with Gracie.
Oh, isn't this fun? I've got 2 men fighting over me.
And look here. I say, if you'll step outside, I'll repulse you.
Oh, yeah? Then I'll repulse you.
I'll repulse you first.
And I'll repulse you right back again.
What's going on here?
Well, these boys are really repulsive.
You said it. And boys, step outside.
Who'll hold my coat?
All right, I will.
Say, that sandwich that Rollo brought back couldn't have been 20 years old.
Well, it was.
It didn't taste like it.
Bubbles, you ate a sandwich that was 20 years old?
Oh, why shouldn't she? It's too old to be outside.
That's nice because the sandwich in there will meet a lot of nice pickles.
Yeah.
Yes. Now listen, everybody. This must be J.J. Clifford. And remember, no jokes about his red beard. Come in.
Yes.
Quiet. How do you do, Mr. Clifford?
How do you do, Mr. Burns?
Quiet. Mr. Clifford, this is Gracie Allen.
What are you laughing at, Miss Allen?
Oh, if I told you, Mr. Clifford, would your fuzz be red?
She means this is the first time she's met you. She has an impediment.
Oh, yes. Miss Allen, no doubt Mr. Burns has told you I'm in a position to sweep you into office.
Well, thanks. You've got just the face for it.
Well, not to change subject, Mr. Clifford, but I want you to meet Bubbles and Truman Bradley.
How do you do?
And this is Frank Parker.
Beaver.
Beaver? Well, Beaver, can you spare a dime?
One piper to
Yes.
What's going on
Well, you
here?
see, he's a tenor. He's got to rehearse.
Oh. Now, Miss Allen, if our district is going to support you, we want to know what you can do for us. So let's not beat around the bush.
No, not by the hair of your chin.
Who said that?
The 3 little pigs.
Mr. Clifford, what about the Power and Water Project? Remember?
Oh, yes. Hetchy.
What?
Hetchy.
Oh, coochie.
Gracie, please.
Look, I haven't time for all this foolishness. Now, Miss Allen, let's get down to brass tacks.
Well, wouldn't you rather go to the Bell Tavern?
Look, this is a very important man.
Miss Allen, if you're elected president, what are you going to do about our street maintenance? You know, most of our streets run uphill.
Oh, don't worry. I won't let them run down.
Well, that's a new slant. Gracie, he means what kind of aid will you give California?
Well, there are only 2 kinds of aid.
Federal and state?
No, orange and lemon.
You certainly squeezed in that. Come in.
Look, it's a policeman with Ray Noble and Rollo.
A policeman?
Mr. Burns, you better keep these 2 fellows in here. We don't allow that kind of stuff here at the fair.
What were they doing? Fighting, huh?
No, dancing together at the pavilion.
Dancing? Well, Mr. Clifford, I want to apologize for all this confusion.
Oh, yes, I do beg your pardon. Mr. George, who is this chap?
J.J. Clifford.
Looks like Santa Claus with high blood pressure.
I can see that you people are taking my coming up here as a joke. My standing in this community is a very important one, and I do not intend to subject myself to ridicule.
Just a minute, Mr. Clifford. You see, we're here at the World's Fair, and we're all having a lot of fun and a lot of laughs. Truman, will you talk to him?
Okay. Mr. Clifford, we realize that you're one of the most influential men in the state, sir. And if we did have a bit of fun, it wasn't premeditated, I assure you. As for having fun at your expense, it's out of the question. After all, what can we possibly say that would be any funnier than that broken-down beard you're wearing?
Oh, well, there goes California.
Well, I've had enough of this. And, Mr. Burns, if you ever happen to be in the Richmond district, don't bother to look me up.
Richmond district? I used to live on 4th Avenue.
So did I, 668.
Well, so did I, on the first floor.
I lived on the second.
Stinky!
Tell me now that bare knees are smart. Girls are wearing short skirts that stop just above the knee and high socks that stop just below the knee. Well, those bare knees are certainly okay with the male population, as long as the knees are smooth and pretty. So be sure to smooth Heinz Honey and Almond Cream on your knees before you wear the new bare knee fashion. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening for rough sandpapery hands, and it's just as grand for rough knees. And say, right now is the time to buy Heinz. It's on special sale. The big dollar-size Heinz Honey and Almond Cream is only 49 cents. Yes, less than half price. Just go to any toilet goods counter and ask for Heinz Autograph Special. You get over twice as much lotion for your money, and you also get a Gracie Allen autograph on the bottle, and it's detachable. You can add it to your autograph collection. Now, don't forget, get Heinz 49 cents special while the getting is good. This amazing offer lasts for a limited time only. The big dollar-size Heinz Honey and Almond Cream for only 49 cents.
And now Gracie will sing Tennessee Fish Fry from American Jubilee. Sing it.
Hop diggity, that old sun is climbing high. Hop diggity, time to catch the catfish for the fry. Poor little you never been to a fry. Oh, well, ain't that a shame? Ain't that a shame? Ain't that scandalous? Ain't you never been to a Tennessee fish fry? Ain't you never fished for your dinner down south? You ain't? If you never been to a Tennessee fish fry, then you never had a chunk of heaven right in your mouth. You ain't tasted cornbread when it's drowned in a pound of butter. You ain't swung your sweetest gal around in the do-si-do if you never been to a Tennessee fish fry. There's an awful lot about a picnic that you don't know, and now irrespective, just because you've been to a Caroline clam bake, ain't no reason you acting kind of high-hat, no man. Just because you've been jamboreeing in Georgia, ain't no reason to pretend that you're an aristocrat. If you dance the cakewalk in Kentucky, then man, you're lucky. Lucky you're with me in Tennessee, where the fish is free. If you've never been to a Tennessee fish fry, my, that's the same as saying that you've never been on a tree. Yes, indeed. Now, come on, Emmeline, Susie Joe. Wake up, Angela. Here you go. There's an awful lot about a picnic that you don't know.
Are you wearing the new nylon stockings? Then take care of them. Many salesgirls handling stockings tell us they use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream to keep hands feeling soft and smooth, help prevent snagging fine hose. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening. And now it's on sale at an extra special price. The big dollar size for only 49 cents.
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, no, wait, George. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chamber of Commerce has asked me to think of a way to make San Francisco more beautiful. Now, let's see.
Well, I'm going back to Los Angeles.
Oh, that'll do it.
Good night.
We're lucky to live in a country where we can sing freely, talk freely. So let's stop a moment. Thank our stars we're Americans, and give a thought to the poor unfortunates abroad. Give more than a thought, give to the Red Cross. Help the Red Cross rush relief to the helpless women and children caught in the grief of war. Send a dime or a dollar or more if you can to your local Red Cross chapter. Thank you. Well, don't forget, George and Gracie and all of us will be back again next Wednesday at this same time. And don't forget also, for honeymoon hens, it's Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Truman Bradley wishing you good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.